Yo, what is up, YouTube? What's up, everyone? I would be butt naked right now, but it's freezing cold, so I'm wearing this blanket. We're doing some drawing today. I'm just checking everything works fine. I wanted to start this earlier, but I had to make sure I had to fix some things. I had to reinstall this program, otherwise I wouldn't be able to record my screen. Mm, mm. Okay, I don't know what I'm gonna be drawing today. I'll probably be just drawing a bunch of doing a lot of anatomy and everything as always. How long am I gonna be doing this? I mean, drawing anatomy in general and practicing this on stream. Probably for a few more weeks or months until I get good enough that I can just move on to some other drawing some other things. And I'm like, yeah, I can draw this fairly convincing. I feel like I've practiced this enough. I mean, 12 hours a day. Like this is a grind in the end. So the idea or the end goal is to get to a certain point. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna get to this point where I can at least draw things convincingly from imagination. And then when I say, okay, it's good enough, I feel very comfortable about this. I'm gonna move on with the next thing. But I say good enough because you will never really get good enough at drawing anatomy. You will always you will always be able to learn some new things, even when you're really advanced and you've been drawing for decades. I don't think you will ever really fully master anatomy. Or I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Jesus Christ, wait. Mm, okay, you guys can see my screen. I wanted to play some music. I downloaded like a free, like a copyright free music playlist to play on the live stream, but YouTube is a little bit annoying, so I'm not doing that today. Unfortunately, it's not happening. It's not going to be a thing today. Not very warmed up. I'm gonna have to. And fuck it. I'm just gonna jump into drawing buddies. Mm. Yo, Percy, what's up? Nice to see you here, brother. Happy early New Year. My fucking neighbors are already celebrating it, so you can probably hear the fireworks now at like. Right now it's 4 a.m. It's 4:45, 42 in the morning. Actually, I wanted to record a little bit earlier, but I was having an issue with the software that I was using to record my screen because I downloaded this software from the Microsoft Store, but it was free trial, so eventually it ran out. My free trial ended, and I was going to buy the program because it was really good and very reliable. So I was going to buy it. It was not very expensive, but I wasn't able to buy it. I don't know. My my debit card wasn't accepted, so I ended up just downloading another program from GitHub, which, you know, if you can't buy this shit, I mean, is it bad to resort to piracy? Which, I mean, to be honest, not even piracy, but I needed to get this fixed. Yeah, I mean, I live in a country where people are stupid as fuck when it comes to fireworks and just making a bunch of noise in general. People are here very uneducated and rowdy. So that sucks. Yeah, it wasn't even pirating. I downloaded just like another software from GitHub because it seems like it is now like freely available to share your or to air share. I guess that's the word, to share your screen from iPad to your computer because it is like turning your PC into like an Apple TV. So it's really nice. You just need a because you need the official like Bonjour app from like Apple. So it must be like a new official thing, I guess. Jeez. I'm a little rusty. I'm gonna have to warm up a little more, but I'm feeling more comfortable with anatomy, with understanding anatomy. Mm, I think. Yeah, again, I don't know how long I'm gonna be practicing anatomy specifically, but I guess that will be the main thing that I'll be practicing. I just want to get good at human anatomy specifically. Like in this case, when I say I'm anatomy, I mean human anatomy, of course, because everything has its own anatomy, and studying anatomy is like very important in general. Studying anatomy is literally everything, like memorizing things. When you are memorizing things, you're basically memorizing the anatomy of the thing, what that thing looks like. Oh wait, I fucked up. This should be lower. Jesus, I'm so rusty. I'm gonna have to look at some humans. I forget what humans look like. I mean, the good thing about human anatomy in comparison to any other object that you learn, because again, every object has its own anatomy. When you are memorizing a person, you are memorizing the anatomy of the person. When you're memorizing a car engine, you're memorizing the anatomy of that too. But for some reason, like you can forget what a car engine looks like, but it's very hard for you to forget what a human looks like. You're not really gonna forget the muscles, really. Like if you really focus on understanding, because it's just easier, right? We all have muscles. We all kind of know what's going on, especially if you study it for long enough. You're never really gonna forget it. Whoa, they have new models in this website. The Post My Art website that I always use, they have more. They just uploaded more free models here. So now you have like more mannequins, I guess. It's really cool, really useful. Oh yeah, it's really really good. So let's see. I'm guessing it's because the engines are more foreign to us. Yeah, I mean, if you're a mechanic and you have a lot of knowledge in engines and everything, you know a lot about like the how it actually works. That is going to make it infinitely easier for you to draw. It is actually ridiculous how much that's going to improve the like. Of course, the knowledge that you have about something is going to correlate on with how good you're going to be able to draw it. But this is once you know perspective, right? Because you can be a mechanic and you can know all about engines and what every little part is for. But if you don't know perspective, you're not going to be able to draw it. However, you already have that information stored in your brain. So the moment you know perspective, the moment it clicks for you, and you know how to draw in perspective, drawing an engine becomes like second nature, basically. Or well, probably not. You probably still have to like take some time to um, observe it more properly, because that's the thing. Even if you have seen something a lot, in this case, well, we can say the human body, that doesn't mean that you know how to draw it, or that you can remember the details and exactly like the anatomy of it, because because we don't usually take the time to properly observe things and take mental screenshots and mental notes of what these things look like. Okay, so I made the ribcage too. I made the ribcage too small. Should be way longer. Your farm progress is crazy. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you, man. Okay, so I fucked up here. I'm gonna start over. You see, once you know perspective, because people say that drawing a lot doesn't really do anything. People say that drawing a lot doesn't mean that your brain is going to absorb that information. When the way that I see it is almost like leveling up guns in Call of Duty. You will see me use this analogy a lot for some reason. I don't know why it stuck with me so like this much, but once you know how to play Call of Duty and you're good at the game, which would be the equivalent of learning perspective. Learning perspective, like if we visualize art as a video game, if we see art as a video game or drawing specifically, learning perspective would be the equivalent of knowing the controllers, of learning the controllers and the movement, right? So you gotta first learn the controllers, so then you can actually enjoy playing the game, and then you can actually start grinding the camouflages and leveling up the guns and all of these things. But if you try to level up the guns without knowing the controllers, you can guess you're not gonna really do anything. You're not gonna be able to do anything. Oops. My Apple Pencil is dying. Oopsie daisy, I forgot to charge it before starting the live stream. I actually didn't forget, I was just too lazy to do it. What time do you go to bed? Pretty fucking late. That's why you see me falling asleep mid live stream. No, but my ideal bedtime is like 7 or 8 p.m. But I'm still getting used to the schedule. This is why you haven't seen me being so consistent with the live stream specifically. This is why I'm doing them every other day instead of every day. Is for now, but I'm planning on doing this a daily thing, of course. Drawing is more Drawing more is the best way to level up if you don't just draw the stuff you already know. If people gather crowd knowledge without getting any curse of drawing more would sound useless. I mean, drawing what you already know is not necessarily a bad thing either, because you can still forget things. So there is like a reason of why you're drawing it. Like, of course, if you already mastered something and you only draw that thing, you're gonna get bored. The idea is that you draw everything, that you draw all sorts of things and you memorize the anatomy of things in general. Because it's like me only back to the Call of Duty analogy. Imagine if I only level up one gun in Call of Duty and that's it. That's all the grind that there is. It would become kind of boring for some time. Yeah, that's why when you're drawing something, you gotta understand your weaknesses when you're drawing. Like you gotta be honest with your weakness and think to yourself, okay, I'm struggling to draw this specific part of the muscles. The reason why I'm struggling to draw this is because I don't fully understand how it connects with this other part, right? Because if you're struggling to draw something, it's because you're having trouble understanding X. So it's just being honest with yourself. Okay, I'm having trouble understanding this specifically. Okay, how the obliques kind of connect with the pelvic area. I'm having trouble understanding how that works. So I'm going to prioritize understanding that specifically. Not only drawing it more, but understanding it. So you gotta be able to name the muscles and to understand what's going on in your drawing. You shouldn't just look at stuff and copy without knowing what you're doing and just like, oh yeah, I'm the muscles. And then, I ask you, okay, what muscle is this? Like, why did you draw this part in this way? And you don't know even the name of the muscle, so you can really even tell me, oh yeah, this muscle is called. These are the obliques. These are the lat muscles, and this is connected to the rib cage down to the pelvis and the back to the pelvis in this way. If you're not able to tell me that you're doing it wrong. You also should be looking at references a lot and constantly comparing not only your drawings to those references, but also not only your drawings, but also the thoughts that you have, or like your mental. I don't know what to call it, but it's like what I personally do, or the way that I see it is kind of drawing in my mind. So whenever I look at a reference, I quickly draw something in my mind. I quickly draw the thing or what I believe the thing looks like in my mind, and then I compare that mental drawing or that mental visualization to the reference I'm seeing. Yeah, it would be more like a visualization process more than anything, because again, I'm drawing in my mind and I'm thinking, okay, how does my mental drawing or my mental representation of what I believe this looks like compare to the actual thing, compared to the real thing. And so you keep comparing your current knowledge. Of course, this sounds more complicated than what it actually is. It's just a matter of using your intuition. High mental effort. I mean, this is something that we already kind of do. It's just trying to put it into words that makes it sound complicated, but in reality, it's just not. When you get used to using your imagination a lot, it doesn't seem that complicated. But I mean, I guess it does take a little bit of mental effort, because when we're drawing, we don't usually. Most people don't use their brains, and I know it sounds stupid, but they don't take the time to think or to visualize. So yeah, it's better that you use all the resources that you have, even if that means you're using higher, if you're using more of your brain power. So that's a good thing. I need to study the back muscles some more. I mean, the back muscles, to be honest, are not extremely important because most people don't have extremely shredded backs. So you don't need to draw extremely shredded backs most of the time. So you can kind of simplify it to the point of, okay, it's just very basic. You can at most only see like the spine. But I would still need to learn properly how like the back muscles work. I think the people who don't believe that they can be great, and it's just not knowing their full potential. It's literally a mindset thing. It's just not realizing how good they like the human potential that they have when it comes to learning, in this case drawing, because it's not impossible. You just have to believe that it's possible. You have to believe that you can do that as well. That's the first thing. You cannot believe it, believe that it's possible, and then it will all be very easy. Mm, yeah, it's just really about obsessing over this as well. It is about being able to, because not everyone has the same level of obsession as we do, because most people just don't really give a shit about being great. They're just like, I want to have some fun. It's the equivalent of someone who, imagine someone who's playing Call of Duty, but they never really took the time to learn the controllers. So they're just like playing for fun, but they don't really know how to play, and they don't really want to improve seriously. It's the same thing. But once you decide, okay, I want to get better at this, I'm going to learn the controllers. I'm going to, start grinding and everything. What's the hardest area of the body to draw for you? Well, if we count the feet and the hands, I would say both the feet and the hands. Like I can draw them okay. It's just a matter of like the first step is just knowing how to truly simplify them. But yeah, I find the hands and the feet the hardest. Now it's not as hard anymore because again, it's just a matter of identifying and asking yourself that question specifically. What is the body part that I struggle to draw the most? Okay, now study that so much that you don't have any mental questions or doubts about how that works. But the reason why feet, for example, are so hard is because of the shape. They're very like they have very organic shape, and like a bunch of like other shapes connecting and everything. But you gotta understand first like the core shape if you want to be able to draw something like that. So then you can draw. You could draw a hand. Like this is level one hand, for example. Level one hand. It's just really understanding how to level up each thing. It's just understanding that each body part in this case and each object that you draw has like a progress bar, has a level of understanding that you have. So here's how you overload it. You overload it using the boxes. The boxes are really important because it's the way that you level up. You don't want to stick with the boxes forever, or you don't want to not know how to progress from the boxes forever, right? You want to move from the boxes. So again, you draw a hand like this in a you boxify a hand. So you got yourself a level one hand. Wait, this sucks. This is terrible. But yeah, I mean, you get the point. You start with boxes, with drawing things in boxes. Let me draw the arm first here. So in this case, the hands are just two boxes glued together like this. This is level one, and from that point, you just keep making it a little bit more complex, like this. You start adding more organic shapes, and when you start to understand how to do this with everything, it becomes so much easier to draw organic things. Mm, yeah. Improving doesn't have to be so technical. What I don't like is that people see improvement as something abstract, as something that they can't quite grasp or understand or explain clearly what improving at something actually means. So if I tell you improving drawing hands, it's just leveling up the boxes, going from boxes to more organic shapes in this case, and understanding it with such a level of detail that is not you don't have any issues with anatomy anymore. That's literally all there is to improvement. People want to make it more complicated than what it actually is, bringing up things like oh the way your brain works and how to optimize like your brain neuro structure, neuroplasticity, and the system, your brain's dopamine reward system or some shit. Like it's not that complicated, and that only shows that people don't know what they're talking about. This is why. this is why I always give this very brain dead analogies. Like leveling up at this is just like leveling up your guns in Call of Duty. You just understand the challenges, the steps that you have to go through to in order to level them up, and then you start doing it. You start progressing it and progressively leveling it up more and more and more and more. It's not supposed to be hard. It takes time. It takes a lot of time, and from this point, what's left to do is to grind a lot. It's like, all right, you know, you're already good. You already know the rules of the game. Now you just have to grind it, grind the just like in Call of Duty. Do you have any actual direction to what kind of artist you want to be? I want to just be able to draw whatever I want from imagination. And yeah, I know what it takes for me to get to that point. It takes time. It's not difficult. It just takes time. It's just like if I ask you again, back to the Call of Duty analogy. It sounds very autistic, but it's really relevant. You already know how to play the game. And I tell you, is it hard for you to unlock all the 200 guns? You know, because you have to unlock the 200 guns, you have to level up each individual gun, and you have to unlock all the camouflages. So, is that particularly hard once you know how to play the game? No. Does it take time and a lot of effort? Yes, it absolutely does. But the goal is clear. There's no ambiguity on how to do things. You already know the steps to get to that point. You already know that you have to do the challenges, and that's it. You progress in one gun, and then you move on to the next one. That's it. That's literally all there is. So yeah, I just feel that that's the end goal with art, because there are some people who don't want to do this, who just want to have some fun doing this, drawing the same thing over and over, like their OCs or this fan art doing this character or doing this other thing, and they don't even want to learn perspective. And again, that's the equivalent of playing Call of Duty and not wanting to level up the guns and just wanting to play for fun. You know, it is respectable, but it is not the goal of the game. The goal of the game is to level up and grind the shit out of the guns and everything. And that's the equivalent of what we're doing here. And I'm just doing this because it's just like the rules of the game. And I know eventually this is gonna make me a very good artist. You know, imagine knowing how to draw everything from imagination with an insane amount of detail because you memorized all of them, all of the detail, all of these random objects. You got better at it because your brain is so you focus on improving your brain so much that it's not even hard anymore. It starts to become easier. You know, when you're playing Call of Duty, back in with the stupid analogy, when you're playing Call of Duty, it's also easier to level up the camouflages. You will level them up faster and unlock the guns faster if you're actually good at the game. So we might as well become good at or enhance your our brains enough so we can be better at this. Okay, so the Back muscles. So you have. What is this muscle? I guess it's just a like a simplification, but back muscles. And I'm using all of the resources that I have available. Like I'm looking at arrowheads, at um, 3D references, bodybuilders, like actual humans, 3D models, everything. Actual human skulls. Do you think it's possible to axiomatize the individual process needed to produce art? That's a good question. Can aesthetics be objectively quantified? To be honest, I don't think aesthetics matter as much in drawing. I don't think they matter as much. But like the actual concept of quantifying that, that is a good question. I don't think I have a good answer for that, but I don't think drawing has to be like I don't think you should I don't think the focus should be on making drawing aesthetic or pretty because that is what most people try to do, right? Most people focus on making their lines pretty. Most people focus on developing their art style instead of actually learning what's important. So, I mean, as long as you know perspective and you don't really give a fuck about the lines, you shouldn't. I don't think you should be worrying about your aesthetics and your art style and all of this so much. It'll come naturally because in this case, perspective is objective. Perspective is something objective, by the way. Perspective is something that we can actually quantify and that is objective. It's not something that, oh, my perspective is different from yours. No, that doesn't it doesn't work like that. Or my anatomy is different from yours. Anatomy and perspective are two objective things. This is why it's so irrelevant. It's so important. And then your style or the aesthetics comes from how much you simplify the anatomy in this case, or how much you decide to exaggerate it. I mean, uh, I guess it's up to you to decide what's more appealing to you, whether like what level of what degree of exaggeration is works best for you. How long have you been drawing? Basically, for like a year. I spent an entire year learning anatomy, learning perspective, and figuring out how drawing works, so I could progress at it. Art style develops naturally with being confident in your fundamentals. I can say it enough. I mean, your art style comes from just decided what things to exaggerate or to stylize, and even well, stylization comes from exaggeration. It basically just does. Like, and but of course, you have to understand something in order to exaggerate it. The other day, someone asked me, "Oh, you should draw more stylized stuff. You should exaggerate things more." And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, of course, but I'm studying the anatomically accurate thing first, because in order for you to stylize something, you really have to understand how it works first. Then you can stylize later. You can add some of your style, some of your decisions. What do you want to exaggerate? Do you want to exaggerate the colors? Do you want to exaggerate the bounce light? Do you want to exaggerate, like, literally, you can search any artist who is famous for like specific thing, who has a very unique and distinctive style, and you will realize, oh, okay, this person has a unique style, basically just because he likes to exaggerate this thing. For example, you probably seen Yuming Lee. This is a very nice artist, and he basically just exaggerates the bounce light or the shapes. He makes the shapes more rough or more less rendered. Or what things you want to simplify instead of exaggerating. All of those things come after you understand how the thing works. So worrying about your art style first is trying to make things look pretty first without knowing what you're doing. So that's why the type of people who focus on learning their art style first always fail miserably at learning art. I'm gonna look up some bodybuilder pictures because I need references from for like a shredded back. Have you been on IC before? No, I don't use, bro. I don't use social media, and I don't use 4chan either. I do not like 4chan a bit. So if I'm already kind of reluctant to use Instagram, I don't see myself using 4chan or any of these other random websites. So, for example, in this case, how am I currently studying the back muscles specifically? I am looking an actual bodybuilder back that is very muscular, is very shredded specifically. And I'm comparing that to my current knowledge. And I'm also comparing that to like a simplified model. So I know how to simplify it too. I know what the simplified version of this looks like. And I also know I'm also looking at the anatomy guy from like the anatomy books that is just like a bunch of flesh and bones. Well, I'm basically looking at the muscles from that type of diagram, and I'm comparing it as well, so I know what the actual muscles look like, and I'm comparing it to like how it would be in actuality. I guess you would also have a bit of, if you want to exaggerate, I don't know, the posterior shoulder to draw a little bit. Hey, just tuning into the stream for the first time. I love watching your videos. Thank you. Welcome, brother. Trying to stay consistent with drawing, but I'm far too busy to do it daily. Anything else you may recommend to focus in the early stages besides boxes? What do you mean by blind master studies? Blind master studies. I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you are a beginner, if you are still on like the stage, and in a quantifiable way, how do you know if you're a beginner? If you're still having issues with perspective, if you still don't understand perspective intuitively enough, and it's not like basically second nature, you gotta fully prioritize perspective before you can move then to the anatomy. So it's just like it sounds kind of boring for me to tell you, yeah, just do a bunch of boxes. But that's personally what I did. Like I literally only did I only drew boxes for an entire year. And then I was like, "Oh, okay, finally. Now I can now I can start learning the actual anatomy of things." I was told that one thing I could do is focus on a part of a drawing I enjoy, try to copy it blind. What do you mean copy it blind? Because copying things is not necessarily always a good thing in terms of it being helpful. But I don't understand how copying something blind would be. It's like with your eyes closed or something. Like that would be a little pointless. I mean, you might as well draw it in your mind at that point. Uh, do you think it'd be better to learn to draw a hand by observing it for hours, or as many sketches of hands in 4 hours? I think observing is going to give you more experience, but it's observing is basically understanding how it works. You have to know perspective for this, obviously, but observing it is going to get you further than just drawing it, because you can go wrong with just drawing something, especially if you don't know what it looks like and you're trying to draw it from imagination. Like a huge part of drawing from imagination is looking at the reference. Like drawing from imagination doesn't mean that you're never looking at reference. It just means that you're looking at a reference and you draw it without looking at it afterwards. But you gotta always keep looking at things, and you gotta really understand how it works. Really understand how it works. So yeah, I think observing is way more important. So you can then you can even draw that thing in your mind. You don't even have to draw it on paper in order for you to understand how that thing works. You gotta draw it in your mind first. And this is just the equivalent of me telling you, okay, visualize it in perspective. And this means you truly understood like the thing to like its core shape. But it's gonna take some time, and depending on the object, it's gonna take you even more than one sitting to memorize something, because you will just forget about it. You will forget what, oh, I forget what this thing looked like, or I am having trouble with this, whatever. I just have a reference on a second screen and I close the tab when I'm drawing. Oh, so you look at something and then you try to draw it from imagination, basically. You look at something and then you try to replicate that from without looking at it. That is that what you mean? Because yeah, that is a very good practice, and you should be doing that. And even if you're just drawing from a reference, what I do when I'm drawing from a reference is drawing the thing, but I'm drawing it in a different perspective. So imagine, I'm looking at this as a reference. This is my reference. This thing here, this back muscles. I'm gonna draw it in looking maybe even like upwards like this from above the eye level. This is an amazing practice. So this means like that you actually know what you're doing and you're not just like just copying. This is an amazing practice to make sure that you are not mindlessly just copying from the reference and that you actually understand what's going on. Your art is pretty impressive. Thank you. Thank you so much. How did you learn to color? You mean like digital painting? I mean, how did I learn? Uh, Not very. It wasn't very smoothly, really. I went through a lot of like distracting stages where I would build a lot of bad habits. So I wouldn't really personally recommend the way that I learned. But if you're asking me like a quick way of learning color or like the straightforward way, I guess you can just watch the videos I posted about painting. It's just basically learning form, learning how to create 3D form, and learning how to sculpt. Or if you mean the actual colors, it's just by observing and repetition. But yes, what I do is when I'm studying something, I observe the object. I memorize what the object looks like and try to memorize the parts and the anatomy of that object. And then I close the tab and I draw it from like whatever perspective I feel it's gonna look better. That's also gonna force you to visualize things harder and try to recall what the object looked like. I can't believe we're already at 2026. That is really crazy. So I started in 2020, 2021 or 2022. When did I start drawing? 2021. Whoa. I went to bed last night and I was thinking, I want to learn to play guitar again. Like I want to actually try. I want to pick up the guitar again and try to try to learn. I remember I downloaded this app called Rocksmith, which is kind of like Guitar Hero but with an actual guitar. And I had fun playing with that like a few months ago when I first kind of got it. But then I was like, okay, you gotta decide, man. You gotta make a decision. This is all about sacrifice, and you can't be good at everything. Unfortunately, you know, you have to focus on only one thing. Otherwise, you're not gonna be good at none of those things. And if you gotta sacrifice playing guitar for being a great artist, then that's what you gotta do. Pretty sure I saw those Rocksmith ads on YouTube. I don't know. I actually even bought the game on Steam, but I had to buy like an adapter to plug it to my computer, and I also have to buy a new like set of strings, but it didn't do it, and now my guitar is collecting dust on a corner, which kind of sucks because I was really excited about learning. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I had to limit the amount of things I get involved into, like the amount of hobbies that I have and everything. I tried to learn German, I tried to learn Japanese, I tried to work this job, this random job, I tried doing this other thing, learning to play the ukulele, try to learn to play guitar, but when you get involved in so many activities, so many random things, you're not gonna be good at any. So it's just focusing on one specific thing. If you look at the best, the greatest athletes in the world, or the greatest artists, they are like the best or good at that specific thing. They're not good at, oh yeah, but he's the best artist in the world. He's also the best athlete, and he's also the best singer, the best musician. Not really. Like they're only good at their thing, their craft, because that's what they are recognized for. That's why what they spend the most amount of time on. Otherwise, if you have only so much bandwidth, like mental bandwidth, and it's already very difficult to allocate all of that bandwidth to drawing and memorizing things and visualizing things and improving your brain. Now, if you try to do some other stuff on top of that, if you try to overload your brain with information about some other random things, it's not gonna be very good. You are going to slow yourself down if you do that. I really hope I don't fall asleep today in the middle of the live stream. I don't think I slept nearly enough as I should have, but try to stay awake. I'll do my best. I am an idiot. I really should take more care of the time that I go to bed. You're an early morning riser. I'm usually not an early bird. I'm usually a fucking idiot when it comes to taking care of my sleep. But I have to do that now. I have to wake up early now. I woke up at exactly like 4 a.m. today, which it's healthy unless you go to bed super late like I did. Yeah, I'm basically forcing myself for the sake of the YouTube channel and practice and everything. Yeah, the time for practice is nice. Yeah. And the reason why I'm making this so early is so first of all, I keep myself accountable. Second of all, I wake up early because it feels nice to wake up early. Of course, it does. And I'll also like the most important thing, because if I do this any later, if I do this a few hours later or even an hour later, it's going to be so late, like from the time that I finish, that there's not gonna be any sunlight, and going outside feels shittier when everything is closed, when you still have to do a bunch of stuff in the day and it's already like 6 p.m. and you haven't even eaten breakfast, and you gotta go out but everything is just dark. Doesn't feel so nice. And also because I will even draw for, even if I'm not live streaming, I will draw first time of the day. The first thing that I do after waking up is drawing, because that's the first thing that I want to be doing. That's it's funny because I used to do that with video games. I would wake up and the first thing that I would do is to play some random video games, play Fortnite or Call of Duty, and now I do this. Like I still do the same thing. Like I would still say that I have like a mild addiction for drawing, because I decided that I was gonna make it the most fun that I have in my day. So drawing is the most fun that I have in my day, next to, like, aside from going outside and talking to people. There's literally nothing as stimulating, which is really nice to have. How do you recommend keeping consistent art studies when you have tests or work? I'm probably not the best person to be asked about that because I have all the time in the world. But I'm also not the best person to be asked about that because I will tell you to fuck off everything else. I will tell you to sacrifice, because you will have to sacrifice something. And that is unfortunate. You probably wanted to hear that you can balance everything and be good at everything, but you're going to have to sacrifice one of those three things. You either sacrifice your grades or your job. Like, you can quit your job and get another job that, is more, has more freedom for you to draw throughout the day, for example. I mean, those are the options that you have, or you sacrifice drawing. Like, personally, I wouldn't sacrifice drawing, because drawing for me is the thing. That is the important thing that I wouldn't sacrifice, no matter what. No matter if I'm living on the streets, I will still prioritize drawing over anything else, because that is my thing, and I know that's what's going to pay off most. Yeah, you shouldn't really balance everything. I mean, you should have at least two or three, not even two. Like, bro, I don't have to study or work. Well, this is my work basically, but I still have to sacrifice relationships. I have to sacrifice some of my health, some of my other habits like reading. I still read, but I had to reduce the amount of time that I do some other random things. I had to sacrifice comfort, and yeah, basically, if I was in school, if I was studying, I would sacrifice my grades 100%. I would. This is what I tell my friends, because they tell me that they're busy with school. I tell them, fuck school. School is not going to get you anywhere in life. Developing yourself in like one area of life that you're passionate about, and becoming like an entrepreneur, that's going to develop you, and that's going to mm, help you in life. So you might as well focus on that, and fuck school for a while, or forever. Suck it up. You have bad grades, your parents will ground you or something. It's fine, because if you really care about your goals, you will sacrifice these things. You will sacrifice the comfort of having your parents not yell at you, because not get mad at you because you got bad grades or something. Yeah, I only feel guilt for not feeling guilt. I mean, yeah, the this is for me even more important than even some relationships. The only relationships that I value the most are the relationships that I have with my friends. This is why I'm still going out with them. This is why I'm taking the weekends off from live streaming, because to hang out with them, that's something I wouldn't be willing to sacrifice. But there are some other things that are just not worth it. And this is what I was talking about the, like, the greatest people, the greatest talents out there. You have the greatest artists and athletes in the world. They sacrifice fucking relationships, because what they're doing is more important and it gives them more purpose. They are completely fine sacrificing other stuff. If I was back in school, I would be completely fine having my parents get mad at me, the teachers literally bully me, and being mad at me as well for not completing the assignments, or for getting bad grades. I wouldn't give a fuck, because I know drawing is more important, and I would laser focus on this. That's just what I think it's better. That's why I'm doing this, because you will still need to sacrifice something regardless of what you do. So you might as well do that. in favor to your goals. Yeah, exactly. It's the truth. And sometimes you have seasons of your life where you are laser focused on drawing and you neglect everything else. And then, okay, you have another period, like another season of life where you slow down a little bit. You, okay, I'm going to focus a little bit less on drawing and I'm going to focus a little bit more on my relationships. For me, that is how I balance it. I couldn't really balance everything at the same time. So I have like seasons of my life where I'm focused on, for the next 3 months, I'm going to be focused on drawing. The next 3 months, I'm going to be focused on the gym and building the nice physique, or I'm going to be focused on my studies, on my grades, or I'm going to be focused on improving my relationships with people and being a more social person, going out more, doing like health maxing, going outside, getting sunlight for most of the day, going for walks, talking to people, being happy. But yeah, if you want, and this is the part that most people don't understand. This is why I get so much backlash when I talk about these things, because most people don't understand that in order for you to get extreme results, you gotta take extreme action. You gotta make extreme decisions. You can't make average decisions. You can't live a normal life and then expect, you know, um, outstanding results. It doesn't work like that. And most people do that. And they criticize the people who are actually putting in the work. But then they look up to the people who are like to the masters, to the greatest artists, ignoring the fact that they work their asses off and that they sacrifice a lot of things, which they would think, oh, but that's unhealthy. Yeah, but they're the greatest artists in the world. That's what it takes, whether you like it, whether you want to accept it or not. Hmm. There were scientific studies done where trying to actively recall what you learned in the past intermittently, you stop forgetting the process. So you mean, yeah, I mean, I think that's the point of what we're doing here. We are not trying to improve our lines, we're trying to improve our ability to recall things, to recall images, to recall situations, to recall the things that we've learned. No, I never really tried animating. I'm gonna practice faces today as well. It is a good exercise, or well, for recalling images to remember something, some situation that you were in, and try to draw that. So instead of coming up with like a fantastic situation, or like a try to think of a very dynamic and interesting thing, focus on drawing first the stuff that you're most familiarized with. So it may be you playing ping pong with your brothers, or some like random shit, like specifically that you went through, or something that you lived. Your arm drawings look really believable with your silhouettes. Mm, with silhouettes. Oh yeah, I mean, um, it is basically understanding the cylinder that's going to make it look believable. Because you can technically make a cylinder look at like a believable arm, even though it doesn't have a lot of detail. What's gonna make things believable is going to be the perspective, basically, and of course the form, the actual cylinder in this case, the shape. I'd say, what else can I draw? I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm just thinking of like a pose. Uh, it's terrible. The good thing about drawing on iPad and streaming this is that if I ever need to take a shit whilst doing the live streams, I can just draw whilst taking the shit, and nobody will notice. I fucked up here. Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Burnt Buns. What is this? Never played it. It's too long. You a bunsologist? Yes, I am. I am the butt inspector. Oh, this is such a weird. I don't know what I did here. Folded this in such a weird way. Oh, Jesus, this looks so bad. You use Clip Studio Paint, I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, I've used it for like a while, but never really liked it that much. Like, I just stuck with Photoshop, really. It already worked, why? Like, I didn't feel the need to change it if it already worked. It's 2026. You can do anything this year. Yeah, that's why I'm drawing butts and ass this year. Fucking hate drawing feet. Did someone say feet? Yes, I did. And my Apple Pencil just died. Great. Oh wait, I can charge it on my phone, so I don't have to unplug the iPad. Horrible looking feet. At least I'm getting better. I'll be back in a moment, guys. I'm charging the Apple Pencil. Are you looking at reference for this? No, I'm not. I'm doing all this from memory. Like I have a post my art tab here, like where I have like these 3D mannequins, right? And I can rotate them and see the anatomy. But I'm not actually looking at them. Like I'm looking at them at the muscles and understanding how they work. But when I'm drawing, I just switch to the YouTube live stream tab and I do it from memory. Even great anime artists get feet all fucked up. I think the most common mistake when people draw feet is that they make the I don't know what it's called, like the they just make them super big. I don't know, it just looks too weird. They make the soul super big, and or they make the feet bigger than the head, something ridiculous. I think this charged a little now. I'm going to be. Let's see. Jesus, I don't know why every time I charge the Apple Pencil, it stops working for a minute. So I have to. Okay, it works now. I value imagination in art, so it's motivational to see you doing it without direct references. Yep, and it took me it took me a long time to actually stop copying things, stop copying other artists. I used to do this a lot. I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos, and I would be like, "Oh, this artist looks like this art looks really nice." Or I would go on Pinterest and I would just copy stuff because I didn't know how to draw it myself. I didn't know how to come up with stuff myself. And that's the fucked up thing that nobody really tells you how to do this. Nobody really tells you how to go from like the copying stuff stage to actually come up with things and improve your visual library and your imagination. Some artists value using reference so much that they can't do anything without it, which is my biggest fear. You shouldn't never you should never stop looking at the reference, by the way. Never. Drawing from imagination, like the only way you will be able to draw from imagination is if you look at references a lot. I look at references more than the average person. I just don't copy from them. I understand them, but I don't copy. That's the thing. So it's just developing like a healthy relationship or like a healthy balance with that. So right now I'm looking at a reference. Right now I'm looking at the 3D model of a human that I can rotate in 3D space, but I'm not copying it. I'm not copying directly from it. I'm not copying the lines. I'm not copying the muscles without knowing how the muscles work and what they are and their names and everything. I know what this how this works. And you gotta know how things work. Otherwise, you will just be copying stuff. I really hate this, man. Jesus. Yeah, but it's been like again, I don't copy stuff anymore. I don't copy the lines. This is what I used to do. I used to, whenever I would focus, especially on the lines, whenever I would copy. Wait, what happened? What happened to? Hello, can you guys hear me? I think the live stream went to shit for a second. Anyways, I don't copy lines anymore. I used to focus too much on copying the lines and the lines themselves being important when in reality is the the understanding that you have about something that matters. Deltoids are the hardest muscle for me, to be honest. Yeah, it used to be for me too. I used to struggle with drawing the deltoids, but wait, I'm gonna restart the live stream. Very. All right. Can you guys see me now? I think it was lagging for a second. Now it should be good. So I also was kind of struggling with drawing the shoulders. and then acknowledging that this was one of my weaknesses. So once I did that, I was like, oh, okay, now I know exactly is what I'm struggling with. Can you guys hear me alright? I feel like the live stream is dying a little bit. That's not good. That's not very good. Shit. Okay, guys, I restarted the internet. Can you guys see me alright? Is it not lagging now? Alright, good. Okay, so I was saying that I also had some issues when it came to the deltoid anatomy, or some like little random anatomy things, like basically the way that some muscles connect with each other and everything. It's like a little bit hard to understand sometimes. And so what you have to do, the first thing that I did was acknowledge that I kind of sucked at understanding how this worked. And I started looking at a lot of references, and just rotating things, seeing my own shoulder, understanding how it worked when I raised my arm and everything. And start taking mental notes. I think this is like the what would you call it? The proof that you are in fact understanding things. When you start taking mental notes and making these mental observations. So, for example, what are some um, the Apple Pencil died again. Jesus Christ. Fuck. I wanted to draw something, but now I can't. Oh my god. This is lagging again. Fuck. What do you mean poor? Why is the quality so bad? This is not good. What do you mean? Damn it. Quality is fine for me. Are you sure the quality is not lagging? Because the OBS is telling me that the quality is shit, and so is YouTube. My internet seems to be giving me some issues right now, so whilst my Apple Pencil is kind of charging here, I'm gonna try to fix this. Oh my god, this is really annoying. I don't know what to do. Can't do anything. Yeah, it's like it's very intermittent. Hopefully, it's gonna like fix. Yeah, the quality just randomly goes to shit. It's just like it goes to zero um, kilobytes. That fucking sucks. I'm going to wait. Okay, guys, what about now? It seems to be bad. I'm just gonna wait. When imagining the body, do you use bone landmarks to imagine the placements, or do you think of the muscle groups? I'm going to try to answer your question. Hopefully, it's not going to lag the live stream because it seems like the quality is really shit right now. But yeah, I do imagine the bone landmarks, but I do it as boxes instead of the bones themselves. I still visualize the bones, especially the rib cage. I do visualize the rib cage, and for me, that is a landmark. That is like a point of reference for me to, because I know that right under the chest is like the end of the rib cage, for example. So I know to draw there, and I know kind of like the shape and how it alters like the how it affects like the other like the how it connects with the chest and with the back muscles. If you're drawing like a female character, I always visualize the rib cage because I know the breasts are going to kind of wrap around the rib cage. Well, not wrap around the rib cage, but more like follow the form of the rib cage. So yeah, I'm always having this bones. I always visualize the bones and the mannequin mostly. That's why the mannequin is so important because it helps you visualize the basic structure of the body. I think the streaming is kind of stable now. Hopefully, you can hear me all right. Seems to be more stable. Never mind. It's like there is this website called Post My Art where you have a bunch of mannequins and you have a bunch of simplifications of the human body that you can rotate in 3D space. And the good thing about that is that it's not so much because of the I don't know the anatomy itself, but it's because of the way that you can simplify, or that they simplify it for you, and they kind of, you have pre-established landmarks, so to speak. So you have the rib cage simplified in this way, and on top of the rib cage, you have this shape that represents like the chest muscles that are also connected to the back muscles. So it's really handy when you're trying to understand things in a simplified way and visualize them in perspective. But again, it doesn't matter if you know these landmarks, and if you are trying to understand this, if you don't know perspective. You gotta know perspective first, otherwise it's not going to work. You're not gonna learn it properly. The website is called Pose My Art. Pose My Art dot something. And the other one is Sketchfab. Those are the two websites that I use mostly for looking looking up references of some stuff. I don't know why this keeps lagging so much. Is it maybe because it's like New Year's Eve and everyone's chronically online, so the Wi-Fi is just shit or something? Yeah, it's a very good website. They just added a bunch of new free mannequins, so that's useful. That's the website I use. That's the website I'm currently using right now. Again, I don't copy directly from it. I'm not copying the lines that I'm seeing. I'm understanding it, so then I can replicate that. Which is the best case scenario. Yes, it is. It is good to understand. It is good for what I was talking about leveling up the boxes. Going from level using the boxes to level up your anatomy skills, your anatomy knowledge. So you go from the level one mannequin, the level one mannequin that is basically made entirely out of boxes, and then you keep making every like the mannequins more organic, and you start to refine the shapes a little more and making them more realistic. I do not know what to do with this. I don't know what to do. I'm about to give up. I think this is the universe telling me to quit, telling me to stop grinding so hard. In all seriousness, is the live stream at least watchable, or is it lagging so much that it's not even watchable and it's just bad? It's watchable. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna continue, and I'm going to ignore the horrible quality drop here. Let me know when it gets too laggy, so I'll try to fix it. There's only so much I can do, anyways. Unfortunately, matter of fact. Let's keep trying. Oh yeah, so we were talking about the shoulders. So I had the same issue with the shoulders, and I was saying that you should always take mental notes of how things kind of work, how things stretch, how things connect. So, for example, I was struggling with having the shoulder connect with like the collarbone and with the chest. I was having issues with that. So I started observing the human body. I started to observe how it connects, and I still do. Like yesterday, I was at the gym, and I was looking at some random person's shoulders. I was looking at other people's like shoulders and the way that it kind of connects with the collarbone and everything. And then I realized, okay, so you see how, for example, the front delt it's kind of eating up a little bit of like the upper chest. And when I understood this, when I the moment I realized this, I was like, oh yeah, actually that is why when you are doing like upper chest exercises, that is why you also train your shoulder, because like the front shoulder, because it is basically right next or right kind of almost blended with the upper chest. Should you balance observation and drawing, or 70% draw, 30% observation? That is a good question, actually. I think you should practice. I think you should. It really depends. If you don't know perspective, if perspective feels very difficult to you and you still haven't understood how perspective works, you should prioritize drawing 100%. You shouldn't even care too much about observation at that point. You should completely focus on drawing perspective and understanding perspective intuitively. Now, once you're past the point where perspective feels natural to you, you should prioritize observation. And this is the cool thing, you don't even have to draw at all. You can draw in your mind. Visualizing is even more effective than drawing when it comes to understanding things and when it comes to getting mileage. So when you're outside, let's say you can't draw anything because you don't have a piece of paper, you can still visualize and observe things, and that's going to develop you a lot. Yeah. And so I understood, for example, with the shoulder thing, I understood that there was like a, if you remove the shoulder, there is like a gap here. There is like a gap. Let me draw it for you. But yeah, there's basically like a gap here where the shoulder, like this, where the shoulder is born. There's like a hole here. Wait, like this. Right here. These are my mental observations, by the way. These are the type of mental notes and interpretations that you have to. Oh shit. The screen froze. No, why? Oh, oh yeah. That's because of the AirPlay thing. It stopped working. I think. Wait, let me try it again. I didn't realize. Thank you for letting me know. Oh yeah, this thing just crashed. The the app that I had for screen recording just crashed for sharing my AirPlay thing. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. No, I wasn't drawing small. Okay, this is not working anymore. Hang on, guys. Technical difficulties. We'll be right back. Oh my god. What is going on? It's just not working anymore. I think it's the internet or something that is kind of trash, and that is not letting me like. Oh, oh yeah, I see what. Okay, I should be able to share this now. God damn it! This is unfortunate. This is catastrophic. Why is the universe working against me in everything? It's just not working anymore. Please. Imagining the screen to improve my observation skills. Yeah, just imagine that I'm drawing. Just visualize it instead. Jesus. Why is the internet so shit today? Nothing is working. It's just not letting me mirror the screen anymore. You know, I should probably go back to drawing anime. I basically I decided to buy the graphic tablet and start taking art more seriously because I was watching anime and I wanted to draw like a frame from that anime, so I was like, okay. And from that point I started drawing anime. But it's been a while since I draw like anime characters and stuff. Do you think starting a new live stream will fix it? No, it's not. It's not even about the live stream anymore. It's about the my iPad not recognizing the device, my computer, so I can't screen record it anymore. It's just not letting me. Okay, I'm gonna restart my iPad. See if that does something. And I'm going to switch my internet again. No, should be fine. Well, anime characters in your style look super cool. You know, I used to have a lot of issues drawing anime. I remember I would struggle to draw the head specifically and the eyes, and I didn't really know how to fix it, how to improve at doing that. But it was just because my issue is that I didn't know perspective. So if you don't know perspective and you try to draw even an anime face, it's going to look very flat and you're going to struggle because you don't understand like the core shape. Guys, I'm afraid this is not working. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to quit. I'm gonna have to start an OnlyFans now. I can no longer record my screen. It's just not happening. What helped me with anime art was realizing how much of the stylization comes from real anatomy. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Art style and all of this crap. Like, people obsess over art style so much. And even anime. Anime is just you will benefit from studying realistic anatomy even if you only want to draw anime girls, because of course, yeah, you can get away with even having a very realistic anatomy. Of course you can, because in the end it's just very simplified or exaggerated anatomy in some ways, or in some way you're exaggerating the simplification. Please work. Oh, please work. Okay, this is pissing me off. I guess I'm just gonna reinstall the whole thing. Hmm. The second I realized that I, the second I realized that I posted an uncolored head study got 38 kid likes. Yeah, fundamentals are important, but people just don't know how to study them. People don't know how to study the fundamentals, so they fuck up. Especially, I feel like people make this mistake a lot because I know I did. Trying to learn anatomy before learning perspective is going to feel very pointless. And when you don't know what you're capable of, when you don't know the power of like visualization and memorization that your brain has, you are not going to you are not going to be good at it, unfortunately. Okay, this is genuinely pissing me off. I don't know what's happening with the thing. I don't want to reinstall the whole air share thing, but I guess I'm gonna have to do it. What is going on? Sorry, guys. This is not gonna happen again. I promise. Again, my theory is that everyone is just because it's like New Year's Eve. No one's really giving a shit about uh, I don't know, fixing the internet issues or something. My internet is really reliable. I don't usually have issues with my Wi-Fi or anything, so that's really weird. Okay, so I'm gonna reinstall the whole thing. Hopefully, it's going to work now. But I think it stopped working because I was kind of messing with the internet too much, and that made the connection that interrupted the connection there. Or I'm gonna have to switch to using Photoshop, which I don't want to. I don't want to switch to using Photoshop. No, it's because I was disconnecting the internet too much. I was changing the Wi-Fi a lot, so that made the whole thing kind of disconnect, and now it's not wanting to connect again. At least the internet is fine now. It's not. It doesn't seem to be giving me any issues. But now we have this little problem here, and I don't know what to do. Damn it! I'm already wasting a bunch of time. Hopefully, like I can't fall asleep like I did the previous, like the last three live streams, because I'm gonna spend the whole thing, the whole recording is just gonna be me doing everything but drawing. So I better fix this. Come on. Okay. It is fucking finally. Yes, it's working now. Okay. You guys should be able to see it. Wait, the quality is kind of shit. Let me just um oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna close it up for a moment because I hopefully I don't fuck it up. But there is like there's just like a prompt here to make it like higher quality to increase the resolution, so you guys can see it like better. I don't want you guys to see a fucking 240p quality video. Okay, okay, good. Okay. Yo, what's up? There is a Japanese person typing on the chat. I have no idea what this person is saying. What the fuck? This Japanese person is spamming some random shit. um. So, anyways, I was talking like about 30 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, if the person keeps spamming nonsense, I'm going to mute them. So this is what I was drawing. I was showing you here the shoulder and the way it connects here with the collarbone and with the chest. This is what I was kind of struggling to understand. The way that the shoulder connects as like a separate thing. And so I was trying to understand how, like, if you separate it, if you detach the shoulder from from the body, it would kind of leave a hole here because this is also part of the shoulder. So I used to think the shoulder was just this part, but it also connects here, like right above the chest a little bit. And so those are the little things, the little mental notes in the other arm. I'm just gonna draw another one. I'm just gonna oops. Shit. This is not charging. Why? Take this with a grain of salt, by the way, because this is just my own personal interpretation. This is what helps me understand the anatomy myself. This is what I kind of the way that I understand the anatomy and the way that it's easier for me to understand it. So, um, you may use this as a reference, but use your own interpretation and look at a reference yourself. So I'm gonna draw it from this angle, for instance. You start with drawing like the neck and everything, and then you have the you have the collarbone connecting here. Of course, you have the back muscles, whatever. But anyways, the neck, the collarbone. This is the like the trapezius muscle. This is here. You can see this whole part. You gotta be able to visualize it, and then it's like you start to understand. You visualize the rest of the body and everything, and also the chest. So let's say here you have the chest that is well, when you go to post my art, a way of simplifying this without the shoulders being like sorry, I'm not very good at explaining this, but I'll do my best. So there is, I used to simplify it in this way where you have the shoulder is like a very tiny bump, and it connects directly with the chest like this. And here you have the collarbone that you use as a reference for like this division on the chest, and then the neck muscles. Now, these little bumps here are supposed to be the shoulders, right? And also like this part is also connected to like the back muscles, like this, all the way back to the all the way down to the pelvis. And in between, like imagine this is like a singular shape. In between the back and the chest, you got the rib cage. So it's just a matter of really visualizing. Oh, this is a very terrible rib cage. It's just a matter of visualizing this in 3D and connecting things. Attaching things, the muscles and the parts with each other. Actually, this is not very accurate. Like I like starting the rib cage with the little hole here, so it's easier for me to. Oop. This kind of sucks. Well, you get the point. Like I don't. I should practice more the rib cage. Like you start to pick up on these things on your own weaknesses. So, for example, I struggle with the actual proportions on the rib cage in comparison to like the rest of the body. But that's something like as soon as you recognize it, it's just a matter of observing that specific thing, that specific issue a lot, and then after a while, it's like okay, now I understand how it works. But yeah, here you would have the rib cage basically, and then the shoulders. This is why they don't show you in this simplified model that the shoulders will eat like a chunk of they will eat like a chunk of like the torso like this. This is the empty space where you will have the shoulder. So it will connect like this. And it will attach like this. Also, it's going to connect with like the back as well. This is a very shitty explanation. I apologize, by the way. Yeah, they should be wider like this. Whole chunk, basically. Yeah, this is the angle that is like kind of harder to visualize. And another thing that I noticed was the little dimple on here on like the kind of like the end of the collarbone on the shoulder. And of course you have the front delt, the posterior shoulder, and like the lateral. Yeah, they connect with the shoulder blades. They connect with the shoulder, but it's very subtle. It's so subtle that you might as well just like visualize it like this. So again, I still need to improve my knowledge in like the back muscles because I feel like the back muscles are kind of tricky to to understand because you don't usually see people with super shredded backs. It is really complicated because the little random muscles that you have on the back are not always necessarily visible, are rarely visible, and you will rarely see like that amount of detail, anyways. And so yeah, in this case, and you don't have to draw like a huge shoulder like mine, for example. So you if you want to have like a more maybe like a you're drawing a female character and you wanted to have like a soft muscle anatomy, so do it like this. Bam. But it will always eat like a chunk of the upper chest, especially if you see me, for example, if you look at my shoulder and you see me doing it like this. You see how you have like how it is in fact eating a chunk of the upper body, and it creates like a mouth kind of shape here, almost like a Pac-Man mouth shape. So it's more obvious, and you see like it's right under the collarbone here. The connection to the arm. Yeah, I mean, uh, the connection to the arm. It's just kind of like it wraps around. It wraps around, or it's like in between, right in between the chest and the lats. Yeah, it's kind of difficult, but those are the things that you have to take the most mental notes of. Those are the things that you gotta um take these observations about and really study. This is what studying looks like, and this is something that you have to observe. This is what you have to take the time to really observe, because if you only draw these things without really knowing what you're doing, it's not going to be helpful. So it's always better in this case to observe a lot. And by observing, again, I mean taking these mental observations, like, okay, the shoulder will eat up like a big part of the upper chest like this. Bam. Okay, noted. And then right behind the thing, you will have the lats. This is why I find the Post My Art website to be really nice, personally, because it kind of helps you with this mental observations. So, for example, you see here you have, see how the arm kind of connects here with the LEDs. So in reality, the chest is not fully connecting with the shoulder, because in the Post My Art mannequin, the chest, this line here, is connecting fully with the back as well. But this is just an invisible line. In reality, it's not fully connecting. Drawing armpits is a shortcut to getting grasp on all the chest and arm and back muscle connections. Yeah, the armpits are basically, yeah, I mean, drawing the arms, sorry, drawing the torso without the arms is also really nice. So, for example, if you visualize it, wait, it's kind of like this. Of course, the chest is going to be stretched out. This is what the mannequin looks like. So this right here would be the shoulder. This would be the shoulder. And the arm is inside of this hole right here. This is a hole. The armpit, the I mean the arm. I think I said armpit. This is the armpit basically. And so the arm would be inside of here, right under the shoulder. So you wouldn't have, like this basically. The way you started the body unlocked something in my brain. Bro, this is why, this is what drawing boxes will do for you. I'm not even joking. It may not seem related at all or anything, but let me show you something. Let me show you why it's so good. So, how do you draw the mannequin, for instance, the boxy looking mannequin? How do you start? How do you draw the torso in this case? Um, wait, this is freezing a lot. The recording. You have a cylinder, right? This would be the neck. And then you have a box. You have this box. But if you pay attention to the way that this box looks, it literally follows like the collarbone. Like this line here is the collarbone basically. And you can see the traps here. So whenever I'm drawing the boxes, I visualize the invisible anatomy, just like this. See how it works? And then of course here you would have the shoulder. See how it's so easy to connect the shoulder when you see it like as this 3D shape that is attached to like the back as well. Just like this. I get too caught up on with the rib cage that I neglect the collarbone area. So saying you start with it is insane. Right, man. I'm glad it was helpful. I'm glad it was insightful. Again, these are just my mental notes. This is me, my understanding and the conclusions that I got when I was studying this. My brain interpretation of things, basically. And then you start to visualize, and then from this point, it's like I know it's just about connections, basically, and about seeing these connections as 3D shapes. So I know right here, right under the in between like the collarbone, you will have like the division of the chest. That is the division that happens on the like the rib cage. And in post my art, you also have a straight up rib cage like this. Again, I'm pretty shit at drawing the proportions of the rib cage. I'll try not to fuck it up. So you go something like this. You gotta also visualize this. The rib cage. And from this point, you should be able to keep connecting things. The oops, wait, let me do this in red. Connecting the muscles and everything. No, wait. You gotta also visualize like how the muscles react when you stretch them in a certain way. So for example, if I have my traps, if they're relaxed like this, they're gonna be kind of flat. But if I raise my arm like this, they're gonna have a bit more of like more like this shape instead of being like this. They're gonna be more like this. And the same thing when you raise an arm. You see how my chest looks like kind of like titties when I'm like sitting normally, but if I raise an arm, it disappears. So those are the things that you have to keep in mind. Not also not only like understanding the form, but understanding how they react to when you stretch a muscle. Yeah, that's true. You will never go wrong with learning more. This is why I'm also studying the Asaro head a lot. I'm practicing drawing the Asaro head and everything. So like I'm not very good at it. Ironically, I'm better at drawing skulls than actually drawing the Asaro. That's why anatomy click only when you learn connections. I would say it only clicks when you learn perspective. Would you ever do a skull tutorial? Maybe I can try that. I'm still not the best. I'm still not like just like everything else. You still have like how do I see drawing stuff? Imagine the human body itself. I see it as like a video game. So drawing like each part, each body part has a different level or each section of the body. So for example, I am at level 10 of drawing the torso, the upper torso, but I'm at level 5 of drawing the core or the lower body. For instance, just a random number. You will like ideally you are at level 100 of drawing everything. So you're at level 100 of drawing everything like equally. So you're not at level 100 of drawing a face, but you're at level 1 of drawing a hand, for instance, because that would look pretty weird. So you have to level things up, you have to balance things. But everything has its own form, so you have to learn those things individually. And with skulls, is also similar from because it also has a very complex structure and everything. So it's like, okay, there are some parts of the cranium that are easier for me to draw than others, or that are easier for me to understand, or maybe regarding the proportions or something. Those are individual things that you level up. Mm, screen froze. No. Oh my god, that's terrible. Okay, is it better now? Yes, we're all good. Thanks for letting me know. I'll try to be more aware of it because I literally have the screen in front of me and I didn't realize that it froze. Yeah, I was drawing this thing. It's important to visualize the 3D. It is important to draw the boxes, to draw the mannequins, but when you're drawing the mannequins, you visualize the actual anatomy under or over the mannequin. No, it's not my internet at this point. My internet is fine now. It's just the like the fucking uh recording software here, but it's fine. I don't think it's gonna happen again. Hopefully. I'm still not particularly amazing at drawing skulls, but of course I'm not using any reference. But I'm always looking at references. I started with boxes and I still draw them, but I realized I have horrible space perception. Is it also is it also something you struggle with? I think you mean perspective. Well, I mean, look, when you hear me saying that you have to learn perspective in order for all of this to make sense. Holy shit, there's a lot of noise. Perspective is not only foreshortening and vanishing points, for example. Perspective is understanding 3D space. Perspective is understanding how to make things interact in the same 3D space and make things like interact in the same universe, so to speak. Bad space perception fucks up my boxes, which turn fucks up my anatomy. That is just perspective. Like I should probably be less general. I shouldn't probably replace. I should probably replace the term perspective for a 3D space because it from the way I look at it, perspective is the same thing as 3D space or 3D awareness, whatever you want to call it. So it is really, really hugely important that you know this first. This is like the prerequisite for being able to do anything at all. And once you get good at this, which again, personally, for me, it took me an entire year from 0 to 100, let's say. Of course, I wouldn't say I'm at my peak in terms of perspective, but I'm good enough that I'm able to do whatever I want. So you gotta get to the point where you are good enough to draw whatever you want, basically. And you do this by just drawing a bunch of boxes on the same 3D space. I mean, but why do you you gotta basically I guess I'll show this to you in a minute, but it is just a matter of drawing a bunch of boxes. So look, let me do this. This is how I'm gonna show you how I practiced perspective when I was learning. I'm not saying it's the best method. Well, yeah, it probably is the best method to be honest. So what I would do, I would make I would draw the horizon line and I would draw a vanishing point. I only did 1 point perspective basically, and this worked perfectly fine. And what I would do, I would start drawing the lines here and start drawing a bunch of boxes like this. You want to draw a box next to the other, you do it like this. This is how you practice it. Hey, what's up? In head Gigan Gayin, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce your name. So, anyways, this exercise that I'm showing you here is the equivalent of training your aim in Call of Duty. Have you seen like the aim lab program game thing where you're just basically training your aim to be better at shooting games? It is basically the same thing. This is like the training camp, and you keep drawing these guidelines that will help you make things interact and feel like you're building things. You feel like you're playing God, basically. Why do you feel like you're playing God? Because you are basically materializing something on top of another thing, like this. I don't think I think doing 1 point perspective is going to help you. I don't think doing worrying too much about 2 point perspective or 3 point perspective is going to do anything, because you can, even though 1 point perspective is very simple, you can still make it complex by adding a lot of boxes. So I would say 1 point perspective is enough, because that is personally what I did and how I learned it. I learned by doing 1 point perspective. Um, and that's it. Then eventually, after knowing 1 point perspective intuitively, without even knowing what 1 point perspective was, then adding more vanishing points started to make sense to me. And you see these guidelines that I just drew, these guidelines here, these guidelines, they this is because all of these lines will converge to the same vanishing point. The idea is that you eventually stop drawing these guidelines and you're able to pull this off intuitively. So, for example, if I want to draw a box on top, above our eye level, I would do it like this. But this is a very ugly looking box, but you get the point. See how they all converge to the same vanishing point. I found that I can draw a full figure, but the second I try drawing a chair and make a figure sit in it, that I can't make it believable. I thought 1 point perspective wasn't used in arts. No, I mean, you realistically will be using more than 1 point perspective, more than one vanishing point, I mean. But for the sake of learning, this is all that you need, really. This is all that you need to develop 3D space awareness. This is all that you need in order to rotate things. How would it be to add more vanishing points? It's like, okay, like this. You start to see things, have a crazier perspective and everything, but it's fine. Like it's whatever. It's a little. I feel like you can clip these demos and make them mega valuable. I thought about doing something like that. Yes. Can you draw a rotated box in one point? Like I don't know what your definition of a rotated box is. Um, I guess it's like this. What do you mean by rotated box? And here's the thing. This is the thing that is going to help you develop your intuition for perspective. You see me not using guidelines, right? Right now I'm drawing these boxes and I'm not using any guidelines for this. Which, by the way, you will be using these boxes for drawing people. I know this exercise may seem a little pointless, and it's like, why do I have to? Why do I need to do this? How is this going to help me? But in reality, you will be using this for whenever you want to draw people, for example. So like, things will curve like this. Oh, this is terrible. You get the point, right? Perspective is important. Can you do the box exercise where you made another box out of what? Where you made another box out of the side of another box? I don't know how that works. What? You make another box out of the side of another box. How does that work? Oh, I think I know what you mean. You mean like, oh yeah, I mean maybe in three point perspective, 3 point. You mean something like No, wait, I don't think I know what you mean. The bottom right boxes you drew. Oh, yeah. I guess like this. You mean? So you have a box here. Is this what you mean? Um. But anyways, you see me using this lines here, these guidelines. Oh shit, my pen just died again. Damn it. You see me using these guidelines, so you will eventually. The idea is that you use it intuitively, bro. The idea is that you use the other boxes that you already have. Use the boxes that you already have as a guide. I mean, it's fine. The idea is that you get good at just building things. That you just get good at building things out of boxes and using the lines that you have as a reference, as a guide. So you have these lines. Like my Apple Pencil died, so I can show you. But you have these lines, and you the idea is that you use this as a reference for when you as the guidelines instead of drawing the actual guidelines. And that is going to make you draw things intuitively, understand perspective intuitively. When you get to this point where you're able to do this, that is when you won't have any issues drawing perspective anymore. That's basically all it takes. And once you get to this point, then you're like, oh, okay, now I can draw. Now I can start actually studying anatomy and doing this. See how it works? It's really nice. Have you ever used an art book to study? Not really. I've never. Oh well. I have the Kim Jong Gi art books. I have all of them, so I use them to like get inspiration every now and then. But I don't really have any actual art books or like Loomies or none of that. I don't really find that particularly, or I don't know. I just haven't really tried it. But I guess if you can get yourself an anatomy book or something, that could be really nice. That could be really nice to understand and to observe. But since we have the internet, we might as well just go to like this random website and do it like that. I think being self-taught is extremely underrated, but some people think it's just copying art books one to one. Yeah, I mean, most people have just like a very vague understanding on how drawing works. And I also had for like this is like the whole point of me doing this and teaching art, in this case teaching drawing. This is why I switched to drawing specifically, because I feel like the what people think of art, like the common belief about drawing, is just a very vague concept, and it's like nobody really knows what they're talking about. Very few people actually know how to study And once I eventually figured it out, I was like, okay, I have to tell this to someone. I have to make videos about this. I have to help people with the same thing that I had to undergo for like years, not knowing what I was doing, just mindlessly copying shit because I didn't think there was like a better alternative. Because when you don't study perspective, the only feasible way of studying something is by copying it. And if you're only just copying stuff, you're not going to improve. But nobody told me the importance of actually um, learning this and learning these fundamentals, learning these concepts. Let's see what else. Yeah, I mean, if the thing is your 3D space, your 3D awareness that you feel like it's handicapping you, you gotta just prioritize this. Even above your observational skills, this is something that's going to be important when you do anything else. Otherwise, you're gonna struggle way more with anatomy, way more than you should, way more than you. Uh, I think this just froze again. Jesus Christ. Wait, the screen just froze. Trying to fix it, trying to get it to work again. All right. Do you view the act of finishing a drawing a skill? Wording my BS. Uh, I mean, depending on what, and depending on the level of detail that you plan on doing the drawing. Because look, if you want to draw a person and you want to do a finished drawing and that is your goal, in order for that to happen, you need to know anatomy so well that you can draw a person like a full body person. So depending on what you mean by a finished drawing, do you mean rendering it? Do you mean adding like details? Or I mean, because doing a finished drawing is nice, but it's not necessary for learning. You barely need to draw in order to learn. Of course, in order to gain the knowledge and apply that knowledge. Guess I'm just gonna keep drawing the skull here. Wait, why is the quality so ass? The quality is like really low. I think the act of committing to a drawing enough to finish it when you intend, no matter of how simple or difficult. I mean, it is easier to finish a drawing when you have it visualized in your mind. When you have it visualized and when you like, I struggle so much to do this, and I always say I'm gonna do it, but I never end up doing it because it's hard. But it has it is like a little oh shit. Hello. The stream just kind of died, I guess. I I just got it back to work. You guys can hear me all right? Uh, I find it more difficult finishing commission work than normal since it's someone else's visualization. Yeah, so I was saying when you visualize something, it is easier for you to finish it because you have to take the time to create that image in your brain. So there is an exercise I came up with. Well, an exercise, right? It's just taking some time to visualize things. So before you draw anything, it's just sitting in silence for 2 minutes, for exactly 2 minutes, visualizing what you're gonna draw before you actually draw it. It doesn't matter how small it is, it's just doing it. Because having even a vague visualization or image of what you're going to draw before you draw it is better than having none. Way better, especially if you're gonna draw something kind of complex. Especially if you're gonna draw something complex, it's a lot more important to visualize this thing in your mind. I have issues visualizing things, so I have to take some time to actually create the image, create the mental reference. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I personally don't. I personally don't like doing commissions. I don't know why. I feel like working for other people is very stressful. I don't like it. I did one commission. I've done a single commission in my entire life, and even though it was fairly in like something in my comfort zone, and the person gave me a lot of freedom to do whatever, I was still I was still very stressed. Yeah, not even for money, because more of because of expectations. In my case, it's already hard for me to deal with my own expectations, and dealing with other people's, it's just whoa, it feels very stressful in general. So I don't like drawing for other people personally. Maybe one day I will be so good that I will not care, but I always have this expectations that my work has to, like, my drawings have to come out in this way, and if they don't, then it's trash. Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best case scenario as an artist, to get paid for the stuff that you already do and for whatever it is that you want to draw. So if you want to draw anime girls, like, you get paid just by doing the stuff that you want without anyone telling you what to do. All right, so this is my take on a human skull. Drawing skulls greatly improved the way that I draw faces and heads from imagination. It is actually a very useful thing. I've been recently I've been recently commissioned to draw three characters drawing with perspective and dynamic pose, and it's been beating my ass since the characters don't have refs. Hmm. Yeah, I hate that. I hate when, like, when I was coaching a few people and I was helping them with their characters and everything. It's like, okay, I'm gonna try to draw them, but they don't have a reference of their character, or it's really vague, or they have a very shitty drawing of the character, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna try to do my best here, because sometimes if you turn like a crappy anime style drawing into, I don't know. It's just weird. That is the part that I don't like about working for other people. Really, I prefer just teaching you to draw. I prefer just, hey, look, I'm teaching you what I've learned. I'm teaching you here all the stuff that I've learned and all the stuff that I had to figure out, and you do you now. but don't ask me to draw it for you. That's my philosophy personally. Mm, yeah, I mean that's fair. I even find it easier sometimes to come up with ideas, like instead of drawing them. If I'm gonna draw something from imagination, or if like let's say somebody asked me, oh, draw this character from imagination, I would find it easier to paint it instead of draw it, to come up with like ideas or compositions. Instead of me drawing the whole thing, it's just easier to paint it for some reason, because you can get more abstract and it's going to look a little bit more believable. You can get away with more like being a little fake, I guess. You can fake it a little more. That's what I mean. Still have to practice the skulls. Jesus. Yeah, that's kind of funny to, yeah, just to come up with like more abstract ideas. So like very vague sketching. It's just, yeah. Oh yeah, man. I don't. That's personally just why I don't like doing that. And when I was a beginner, I actually tried doing commissions. Posting my work and wanting to do commissions for other people. And my drawings were literally copies of other artists. They were like bad anime copies, and I was like, bro, copy if I can barely copy this other random guy that I found on Pinterest, how the fuck am I gonna come up with something if somebody asks me to draw it? Somebody tells me, "Oh, draw X," bro. I can't even draw. I just know how to copy shit. Wait, no. If I didn't know perspective, I wouldn't be able to do this as Arrowhead right now. Which I still struggle to draw because from this point, drawing the shape of the cranium kind of sucks. How do you even do it like this? Kind of like a mask. Not very good. Have you guys ever sleep deprived yourselves to the point where you start to hallucinate? The first time I took commissions, I seriously gained 10,000 followers solely from commission work, but I ditched the account to draw personal work and fan art. All the time. Well, I mean, I personally think like if you have such like a huge following, it would be worth to start monetizing that. Like I personally haven't. I barely post on Instagram, and I created my Instagram like 2 years ago or something, and I barely have like 500 subscribers, which I'm like followers, which I'm even surprised because my I have a somewhat big YouTube audience, and basically no one follows me on Instagram. Like maybe three people from my entire YouTube audience follow me on Instagram for some reason. But to be fair, I haven't really focused on growing my following on Instagram in this case. I have been just posting whatever stuff I like drawing at the time or painting, some random paintings here and there. Nothing too professional, right? But Instagram is an amazing way of like for monetizing your your art, not just for like vanity, like for having a lot of subscribers and followers, and that's it. but actually turning those followers into actual people who buy from you. I had to do a rebrand that feels more like me, because if as famous I'd like to be for myself, yeah, I mean, the way that you market your personal brand as an artist in social media is by just being yourself. It's by not trying to, like, you're not an influencer. You don't have to put on like a mask and pretend like to put on like an act, you know? Like a performance. You're not performing, you're being yourself. And at the same time, you're bringing value to people, and that's why they're going to buy from you and follow you. Because it's like, okay, this guy is being authentic. This guy, he's being real. He's not acting. He's not performing. He's not doing like some bullshit. He's being himself. And at the same time, he's giving some actual valuable advice. I'm gonna follow him. And that's basically the point of being a content creator, in my opinion. Not only a chance for being yourself, but also a chance to connect with very like-minded people. Oops. I have 6K followers now, excluding other accounts, and my first 2026 goal is to make an art book out of all the art that I've actually feels like me. That's really nice. Wow. Making an art book. That is actually not a bad idea. I don't know. I'm personally still developing my drawing skills. I'm also very demanding, and I have very high expectations of myself, of my own work. Because, I'm thinking, could I do an artwork out of an art book out of my like paintings, the paintings that I've made throughout the years? Because I don't know, I actually don't know how to feel about my paintings and all the work that I've put into learning how to paint. Because it's not that I don't like painting anymore, but it just doesn't feel the same. And I don't want to say that, oh yeah, my paintings look boring. I don't enjoy them anymore. Like if I look at my paintings, like meh. I don't feel like they're super exciting because I look at some of my paintings and I think, well, they're really nice. I like them, but at the same time, I don't know. It feels like it's not as fun anymore. The drawing is just the thing that is making me excited about art. Painting is fun, but it lost like a spark. Do you think that's because they were retros of? Not really. Like I think they're really fun, but they're just not as exciting. I've done a lot of painting from imagination as well. I'm actually right now I'm looking at this one painting that I did. Wait, let me show it to you. Well, it's just a bunch of thumbnails that I did some time ago. Let me see if I can window capture here photos. Can you guys see it? Just a bunch of random thumbnails I did from memory. Just very random shit, very like abstract things. I was just messing around with some brushes, and I was doing a bunch of. I mean, I see my paintings, and I think they look really fun. I don't think they look stiff or anything. Uh, Jesus. Do you think color experimenting would help? Yeah, I mean, uh, still do look. I tried using different programs, different brushes, different everything. Those are crazy good though. I'm proud that you picked up form studies. No, I've always done form studies. I've always done a bunch of practice doing spheres and everything. Yeah, this is the last. Yeah, I was painting. I was painting a lot here in like this period of this year. Yeah, but bunch of ugly portraits and whatnot. But I don't know. I mean, I've tried. I've done my best to experiment as much as I could. But I guess drawing has been just overtaking my enthusiasm for art. These are some ugly paintings from imagination. Like, also something kind of interesting is that when you paint, like, if you want to get good at painting from imagination, ironically, you have to get good at drawing from imagination first. You have to get good at perspective. You have to get good at creating form and understanding the planes and understanding how things work. I kind of like this face; looks very goofy. Uh, I was just messing around with different brushes, different art styles, different sorts of everything. And these are exciting to look at. I mean, I like them. They look very fun. I have been trying to replicate some art styles and some other random stuff that I had from other artists that I had seen before. Jesus, there's so much noise. The thing with a good drawing versus a good painting is that painting will obviously be aesthetically better to others, but a good drawing that's believable is more impressive. Real life doesn't actually have lines. Yes, that's true. Real life. I mean, yeah, with drawing is kind of the opposite because even when people do painting, they still rely too much on using lines and they almost draw the like instead of painting, and that looks kind of ugly. So that's a bit of a fuck up, I guess. But I don't know. I just don't find it as exciting. Sometimes, especially even looking at art nowadays, it's not as exciting for me as it used to be. Like I'm not as surprised. I'm not as impressed when I see. paintings from other people. When I see like a nice painting from like an artist, I'm like, oh yeah, it looks nice, but whatever. It has to be something very particular or very aesthetically pleasing for me to see that painting and to think, whoa, this actually looks so fucking cool. But that doesn't happen too often anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to also know how to paint because you don't have to spend hours shading. Like, if you know what you're doing, you realize that painting is actually really quick. Painting doesn't take a lot of time. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find one of the demos that I did for one of my students. Painting doesn't actually take hours at all. Like shading, you just have to like once you know how to create form. It's actually really fun to create form everywhere and just create a bunch of highlights. Hmm. I don't think I saved it anywhere. Yeah, but look, let me show you. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. I think I deleted it. I think it's gone forever. I think it was this one. This was. Wait. I'm gonna show you a painting I did like uh, earlier this year, like a paint over that I did for one of my students, one of my Patreons. Wait, how do I? Okay, how do I do this? Please, please. Uh, so yeah, this is a painting that I did to show how easy it is to go from like a very rough painting like this painting stage to a more rendered stage. Wait, you can't actually see. Let me like this. Then you can see it better now. My goal was to show, how easy it was to go from this stage to this other stage. This might have taken like 10 minutes to go from this to this. No, I think if I remember correctly, it took me 5 minutes to go from this stage to this stage here, from left to right. It doesn't actually take that long. Uh, yeah. So look, you first you start with like a flat color, and then you do another one, and then you blend it a little bit, and that's it. That's all there is for painting. These two pictures summarize it very well. I also have a hard time trusting the process. Uh, yeah, these are value studies. It's just understanding value, like you go from like of to value distillation basically to a more rendered painting like this. It's not even the shapes. It's more about the light. Because what I want you to understand is that you have to create volume, you have to create depth, and you do that by adding highlights. That's how you make something go from looking flat to looking more 3D. Uh, Let me show you this other painting here. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see this. Whenever I post like a red painting on YouTube, like these red colors on YouTube, the compression is really bad. So I don't know if you guys are able to see these properly, like in high quality and everything. No, I think it's actually compressing a lot. Wait. Yeah, it compresses the image for some reason when it's like red, when it's like full red. I think it has to do with like the bit rate or some shit. I don't know. I'm stupid. I don't know how any of that works. So, anyways, it's like you go from this. You go from this. You have a very basic two value painting, and then you keep progressively adding a little bit more values until you're able to um, render it a little more. You render it a little more. You use some actual blending and highlights, and then you just like this. You transition to this point. But the process, what I was trying to do here with this is that the process is very straightforward. Again, I've made 1,000 videos in my channel talking about painting and how to simplify the process to like this extent. I actually posted this video, like the recording of this video, on my Discord. In case any of you guys want to watch it, I made this for like a demo that I posted on my Discord community. Uh, I didn't know you have Discord. I Yes, I do. It's in the description. I think nobody reads the fucking description. Everyone keeps telling me, "Oh, I didn't know you had a Discord server." Bro, it's always there. Like it's relatively new, but it's always been there. Mm, no cap for real. How much does your painting knowledge and drawing knowledge overlap? This is actually a good question. I forgot to answer it. Um, when I'm painting from imagination, like drawing and painting are complete different things, by the way. But when I'm painting from imagination, I'm using a lot of my drawing knowledge, especially perspective. When I'm drawing, am I using painting knowledge? Yes, no. I mean, if I am rendering something, quote unquote, rendering, like as in adding a bunch of lines and everything, I'm still gonna have to follow the form. Like the only instance where that would make sense is where when you start following the form of the object with your lines to try to make it more detailed. That is something that we can say you improve when you're painting. Starting out, would you recommend doing multiple thumbnails over and over, or committing to a full painting within your capabilities? You should do thumbnails. I recommend you do a bunch of thumbnails, basically. And after you master the thumbnails, then you make the painting bigger and then you start rendering it. Because the thumbnail stage takes the thumbnail stage and the rendering stage are two different things. They follow like different principles. Well, they're similar, but it's worth separating them. So you can't just skip the thumbnail stage, because even if you are already very advanced, you will still need to have a rough painting stage that you're gonna be that you're gonna have to go through. So you might as well get better at the thumbnail stage of the painting. That is the low poly. Let's call it the low poly stage of the painting. It is important that you get good at that. So if you're not good at doing thumbnails, you won't be good at doing actually rendered paintings. I know what I'm doing. You know, I need to get better at drawing clothes. I find it easier to draw a naked person than a clothed one. The next live stream, I'm gonna play some music. Like, I downloaded a copyright free music playlist to, you know, to not make the live stream so boring when I'm like focused and I'm not talking, you know, for the people who join, so it's not super annoying to watch the thing. But I still don't know. I haven't figured out how to record the audio, so I'll probably do that eventually. I don't know. think we'll stay up a little late to draw. I can off one day for tomorrow. Yeah, fair enough. Like I will still draw tomorrow. Doesn't matter. January 1st, I don't give a fuck. I'm still streaming. I'm not like those people who try to find any excuse to be lazy and complacent. Hmm. I think I already ran out of space here. And I need to clean up this iPad. Can you guys see my screen alright? It's not lagging or anything? Let me know. I'm checking out the new Post My Art models, like the 3D models that they posted here, that they updated. I want to see. I want to see them because they now have the mannequin with the all simplified, right? With the rib cage and the bones and everything. But now it has like actual breasts on the rib cage, like following the form of the rib cage, which is nice because I suck at drawing that. I always kind of suck at the placement of the boobs, drawing the boobs for some reason. Like here on this drawing here, I kind of did it on purpose, but I usually I kind of suck. Hmm. Yo, Jeff, what's up? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, Jason? Can you guys still see my screen? Or is it lagging? Ah, yeah, you can see it. Been having so many issues with this stream. How does it? Yeah, again, it's very important to visualize the 3D structure of the object. So, for example, it's like this part is like it's like a shell. I don't know how to explain it. Imagine this part as like hollow. That's kind of like the whole torso, right? As kind of like a toy, like a Max Steel, and you can kind of connect it, attach it to this other part. Like if you've had a Max Steel before, like the toy, you know that you can detach the parts and the limbs, and you can retouch them uh, back together. It's really cool. damn it. It actually doesn't take too long to improve at art if you know what you're doing. It doesn't take too long to improve at drawing if you have the knowledge. Mm. I'm scrolling through some older drawings right now. Do you have any do you have any simplifications for the pelvic bone? Boxes aren't reliable for me since I want to visualize the leg insertion better. You are in so much luck, my friend. Yes, yes, actually. Boxes can be tricky. No, never mind. Like boxes are really nice. Boxes are fairly okay for like the pelvis in for like a pelvis interpretation. So look, again, just these are the same mental notes that I had to take myself because I was in the same situation where I was like, how the fuck do I simplify this, or how do I understand this in a way that's easy? How do I overload this from like the box and everything? So this is just my interpretation again. So what I like about the pelvis is that it follows the shape of an underwear. Wait, okay. It kind of follows the shape of an underwear. So if you imagine the person that you're drawing wearing an underwear, that's basically like what the shape that is going to follow. So imagine this is the crotch area. From this point, it's going to go upwards like this. And it's going to follow like the same direction, just like if you were drawing underwear. It's basically almost the same thing. And it's gonna go all the way down to the butt here. And right here is going to be the belly button. from this point, it's just like you can start drawing the legs and everything. Uh, so yeah, basically visualizing the underwear. That's what helped me personally. I don't know if you've had like a Max Steel, like when you were little, like the toy, the Max Steel toy. Um, have you realized that his pelvis is basically just like his underwear, and from that point, it's just like a matter of connecting the legs, of attaching them. Have you seen like how they attach to the pelvis? Are you able to draw a body without boxes? Yes, I am. I am able to visualize the boxes in my mind. Yeah, I'm always drawing the boxes mostly. Sorry, I'm mostly drawing boxes without. Oh God, I can't talk. I'm mostly drawing people without boxes because I don't need the boxes. They're just like a guideline. Um, and I drew this box just because this person was asking me about simplifying the pelvis with boxes and everything. But yes, can you guys hear me? Wait, I don't know what's going on. Google is asking me to verify myself. Hang on a second, guys. I need to verify myself. Uh, shit. One second. Just a minute, guys. Okay, what is going on? Mm, Can you draw animal with box structure? Yes, I can. It is basically the same thing as doing that with a human. All right. Is everything all right here with the live stream? Because has been weird all over. Let me know if you guys can hear me, can see me and hear me properly. All right. So far it seems nice. Tips for consistency, please, and longevity. uh, like longevity, as in living longer. Uh, Wait, the live stream is lagging a little. Let me restart it. Okay, we're back. I mean, doing long sessions. Well, what I'm doing, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be completely honest. I struggle with drawing, or I have to do these live streams mostly to get some accountability. Because if I try doing this without live streaming, I will get very distracted and I will just my attention will shift a lot, and I will do some random bullshit and interrupt the drawing session for like no reason, and just randomly distract myself, get distracted randomly, which is not ideal. So I recommend doing something that or drawing somewhere else. If you're struggling with getting distracted, for example, go to like a mall or go to nature, go outside to like some random place where you don't have any distractions. Don't even bring your phone. Just go there, draw, and stay there for like a few hours, like as much as you want to draw, and that's it. You're not gonna get distracted, and even if you get distracted, it's like, bro, I'm not gonna go scroll when I'm outside, you know. And if you're the type of person who does that, I mean, just don't bring your phone. That's it. So you want to make drawing the most stimulating activity that you have, at least when you go outside, right? So that's why you don't bring your phone. And if you can do like a dopamine detox where you get rid of all the bullshit and you only do drawing, that's going to be better for consistency, because drawing is going to be so enjoyable at that point that it's going to be addictive. Okay. Can you draw an animal with box structure? I'll try to draw an animal. To be honest, I haven't studied a lot of animals because I have been way too focused on human anatomy, because it's just more important from what I see. It's just more important to learn human anatomy, because then you can, from that point, you can draw anything else. You will like people. You will be drawing people the most, even more than animals. So I might as well just get good at this. But I guess, um, should I draw everything starting with guidelines be, as a beginner, or can I learn without it? The answer for that question is quite long, but you should mostly focus on learning perspective. Because look, I would tell you to use guidelines, but if you don't know perspective, this is really important. If you don't know perspective and if you don't have any awareness for 3D space, the guidelines that you use are going to be pointless. They're going to be completely useless. And you're gonna think, well, why am I even using guidelines at this point? Guidelines are not doing anything here. But it's not because guidelines are not helpful, it's because you don't know perspective, so the guidelines are going to be flat and they're not going to help you to make things easier for you to draw. So yeah, you should use guidelines. Like, what are my guidelines in this case? My guidelines are boxes. These are my guidelines basically. But if you try to do guidelines like this, you know, when I was learning to draw anime, people will tell me to do this shit. People will tell me to draw guidelines like this. You first draw a circle, then you draw the line, then you draw this other line like this, right? We all know this, right? This is completely pointless because this looks flat. This doesn't teach us any perspective. Ideally, we understand how 3D form works. So we can actually, oops, I fucked up. Even if we want to draw anime that is like cartoony and everything, we have a perspective understanding on how it works. Guys, is it lagging again? I think this is lagging. Oh my god. Is it lagging too bad? Like, is the live stream watchable? Or is it not? So I can restart it. Okay, I'm gonna restart it. I mean, shit. I don't know what's wrong with the internet today, but it sucks. I don't know if it has to do with, like, again, New Year's Eve, but it sucks ass. Okay, okay, fair enough. I think it got back to normal. Nice. So yeah, I was talking about using guidelines. You should not use guidelines if you don't know perspective. Otherwise, it's not going to do anything. How would you draw a horse, for example, out of boxes? Shit. Wait, I messed up here. Wait, I messed up really badly here. Mm. I'm too lazy to draw a horse right now out of boxes because it's like double the amount of boxes that you need to have for like a person, and it's just like the structure is more complex, but it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same principle. To draw anime girl, I use a smaller box. Hmm. Hello, Garuden. What's up? Bro, how do you want me to ignore your name? Like I wouldn't have even paid attention to your name if you didn't. Jesus Christ. I love your name. Dear Lord, not more boxes. I just went a week or two grind of consistently doing boxes. I mean, it's just boxes are fun, man. Here's the thing, like you can't physically get tired of boxes because you will be drawing boxes all the fucking time anyway. Doesn't that make sense? Oh shit! I thought I was recording. Wait, the recording just crashed. Give me a second. I'm stupid. Is this the next Kim Jong Il? Maybe. That's the goal. Sorry guys, I thought I was recording. Try making chicks with big titties. It's therapeutic. Yeah, I know. I encourage it. Actually, unironically, that I need to do this because I'm really bad at drawing titties. Oh shit, bro! The recording, this live stream is lagging a lot, isn't it? I would get perfectionist about making the box perfect, and a lot of it would be, for some reason, just specifically drawing a box for the pelvis. I don't understand. I see everyone and everything as boxes. That is such a good mentality. Yeah. Do you have tips for knees? I mean, visualizing the bones is a good thing. Just being able to understand how how the knees work is very useful. I guess I could give you my anatomical take on knees. So drawing knees would be something like, wait. Okay, I didn't actually show you how to draw a knee. I did it. Uh, but yeah, anyways, just gotta visualize the bone that's underneath the skin. Thanks again for making the steam to give me and everybody else motivation to draw. Thank you. No, thank you guys. You guys are literally keeping me accountable. You guys are literally keeping me accountable. And I need it more than anything, really. Well, it's like because I have to draw the rotation and tilt relative to the ribcage in 3D perspective. I think you're um making it more complicated than what it actually is. It isn't really about putting down a straight up box, but once you gotta start tilting and rotating it, that I find it hard. So you're struggling to draw a box in perspective. By the way, you should not. This is a mistake that a lot of artists do. That they control C a lot. When someone is drawing a box, they undo their lines a lot like this. So it's like, I'm gonna draw a box. They draw a line 100 times. They don't like it, then and so on. And then, oh, okay, okay. Let me keep drawing. Let me keep drawing. And they spend half an hour drawing the fucking box. They spend more time actually control seeing than doing the box in the first place. Dude, I have started drawing, and for a challenge, I am learning with my non-dominant hand. How fucked that? I wouldn't recommend that if you just started drawing. That will make you frustrated. My graphics tablet is having problems, and it's demotivating me. Any tips? Um, what problems? Like, is it so bad that you're not able to draw? Because my tablet is also kind of fucked, to be honest. And I no longer enjoy as much drawing in my tablet, mostly because of like software issues, basically. But mostly because I just prefer drawing in my iPad. It just feels nicer. But um, you should not feel held back by some minor issues, depending on how small they are. But if it's really bad and you're not able to draw on your tablet, like just go grab a piece of paper, buy another one, or draw on paper. Yeah, literally, just grab a piece of paper. Drawing is literally free. Uh, the USB port is very poor. I have to coil the cable to make it work. Why don't you just buy another one? Like a USB thing. Like it happened something similar to mine. The USB cable was damaged. Oh, you mean the USB port, not the cable. I mean, you should if you're not able to fix it, just buy another one, or buy a piece of paper, get a piece of paper and a pen, and draw something there. Yeah. I mean, but worst case scenario, you buy another tablet. To be honest, even buying another tablet is going to be cheaper than buying all the fucking oil paint and all the brushes and canvas and everything. Painting traditional is really expensive, and you're just better off buying another tablet. Like the tablet that I have, that I use for painting and drawing, cost me like $40. I bought it like 4 years ago for $50. Now it's at like 35, $40. You can find very cheap tablets, and that's going to make it easier. Yeah, I mean, but if you can afford traditional paint and painting traditionally, regardless of your laziness, you should be able to afford a fucking $40, $35 graphic tablet. It's not that expensive. I'm gonna keep drawing more stuff. I'm gonna draw more buddies. Let's see. It's been 5.5 hours. In a few hours, I'm gonna go buy some groceries. So I'm gonna take a little break to buy some groceries. Mm, I love this brush that I have here in Procreate. It is really nice. It behaves like an actual brush pen. What iPad model is that? I think this is a ninth generation. I don't know. I have no idea. Nine generation something. I believe. Mm, I'm curious to know what graphics tablets you use on your PC. I use a Huion Inspiro HP60 something. I don't know. I always forget the exact model, but it's a Huion Inspiro. It's like a very small tablet. It is nothing special. It's just a little tablet. Yeah. You know, I use the buttons for exclusively for changing the songs in Spotify and for pausing the song, changing the song in Spotify. Mm, Jesus, there's so much fucking noise. I'm sorry. Everything is working against me today. Have you ever come across a tutorial on how to draw Naruto or Goku specifically with colored pencils or of a certain brand, step by step? That is very specific. I have seen. You mean those step by step tutorials that tell you, oh, draw. You first gotta draw a line like this. Woo. Step two, draw this line. Woo. You know that is stupid. That is those type of videos are for children who are like, no offense, right, but are made for children who don't wanna who don't have the mental capability to learn perspective and how to draw. So it's just basically copying stuff, but like in an exaggerated way, just literally copying things. So I think that's just, I mean, what do you want me to say about that? Yeah, they're really useful. I'm even assuming most of those people are even copying those drawings from like other people as well, or from like the actual anime. So you're copying a copy basically. I I can see something nice coming from your drawing. Something nice. Yeah, I'm doing a self portrait here. He draw himself, maybe. How did you know? I need to get better at drawing like feminine bodies. I need to get better at two things. I need to get better at drawing softer, less muscular bodies, and I need to get better at drawing boobies, at attaching the boobies to like the rib cage. Have you ever thought about drawing your own manga comic? Not really. I mean, not maybe eventually. Who knows? Will there be guide how to bulk up like you? Maybe. Maybe in my OnlyFans. Did you know there is a guy that has the same name as me, Darth Luigi, who does like bodybuilding? I found out eventually. Like I didn't know. I didn't know there was another Darth Luigi who was also jacked and he does like keto diet. That was nice to see. do you study perspective by those crazy grids, or you go just by bro? I never liked doing those crazy perspective grid nonsense. I mean, that always felt so intimidating. Now after knowing perspective, I understood why they do it and I understood the purpose. But I never liked doing those. Like I would look at that and I would be like, "Holy shit! I'm not, bro. I don't want to do math. What is all of this nonsense? I don't understand what's going on here. I just want to draw stuff." And then eventually, I learned how to draw intuitively. The stream died again. Can you guys hear me? I eventually learned how to draw perspective intuitively without having to do any of that nonsense. Have you tried draw without sketch in paper? Yes. I don't draw in traditionally that much, but yes, of course. I have a bunch of brush pens, and whenever I am traveling, I bring my sketchbook with me. I mean, when you realize how easy it is to learn perspective intuitively, because when you're doing perspective intuitively, it's not that you're not using guidelines anymore. It's not that you're using guidelines anymore. It's that you are using the guidelines that you already have, the lines that you already have in your drawings. It would be cool if there were children's art channels with child-friendly dynamics and teaching advanced drawing fundamentals. Machine of Kim Jong Il kids. I mean, the problem with that is that the kids are so brain dead these days. Maybe a healthy kid, but most children are just you know brain dead and scrolling on Instagram and YouTube Shorts since the moment they were literally born. So I don't think they're gonna have the mental capability to learn a new skill like that, especially something as hard as perspective and everything. Doesn't seem very realistic. Don't YouTube Shorts kid have the patience to learn art? I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, bro, most adults don't have the fucking patience to learn art. Are you expecting kids to have it? Jesus Christ. Do you take creatine? No, I don't take creatine. I only take steroids. I'm just kidding. It depends if their brain rot. Most people are not even kids at this point anymore. Just most people in general. How do you retain information? You gotta take mental screenshots of things. You can spend an entire day looking at something. So, for example, you can spend an entire day looking at a mouse. If you want to imagine, you want to memorize what a computer mouse looks like. You want to memorize what it looks like. Oop. You want to memorize what it looks like. So you decide to observe it. You can observe it for hours and hours, but you can still not learn anything. Why? Because you're not taking mental screenshots. You are not putting in that extra effort into memorizing that. And also, you store information better when you know perspective. It helps you to just visualize it. My hump looks like this drawing. I'm almost like a shrimp. Have you studied anatomy? If yes, then how? Like reading some anatomy books. I haven't read any anatomy books. I have just looked at pictures online of everything and observed what things look like. So I take mental notes and I learn out of that. Or just do repetition, and at some point it just sticks like flashcards. I mean, repetition of information. It's like let me think of a like an analogy. Okay, imagine your brain works like a camera, or your eyes work like a camera, and your brain is the gallery of that camera. When you take a photo, your brain is going to store a little bit of the information from that photo, just a little bit. So you have to take multiple photos, a lot of them, and your brain is going to kind of delete some of those photos and kind of just shit on it a little bit. It's going to be a little bit annoying, but you gotta just keep taking photos, keep taking photos, keep taking photos. And the more photos that you take, the more clearly you're going to that the final picture is going to be in that brain gallery that you have. But in this case, the brain library, so to speak, is a 3D gallery. So it's very cool because you can rotate it and you can visualize it in any angle. So it's really that's how just how the brain works in terms of retaining visual information. Do you play video games? I do not play video. I play video games like once a month. Sorry, like once every 6 months. But I'm not a video gamer. I used to be a video gamer, but I'm not anymore because it's just very time consuming. But every now and then, like every 6 months, I will play some random video game for a while and then get bored and not play it again for another 6 months and so on. But I got to a point where I can't even enjoy video games Because whenever I'm playing video games, I'm thinking, bro, I could be drawing right now. I could be getting better. I could be studying. I could be doing something productive. So it feels annoying to play video games when your brain is telling you to do other stuff, you know? I hope you guys can't hear the shitty background music the neighbors are playing. That's crazy because even though you think you have a precise image of something in your mind, like a famous character, when you try to put it on paper, you realize that you don't know shit. Yeah, now imagine if you don't visualize it on the first place. Imagine if you just draw out of muscle memory and don't even visualize it. Because that is something you improve as well. You improve at translating your visual image into onto the canvas. And you know, you may be able to get 50, 40 to 50% accuracy of what you're trying to convey, which is fine. It's better than nothing. Because most people, including myself, I used to do this a lot, will just not visualize at all. And that is very harmful. Yes, it is Spanish music. Colombian music, actually. And I fucking hate it. They're not even my fucking neighbors. You know, they're just random people, alcoholic, fat people who live across the street, like 1 kilometer away from my apartment, and I can still hear the music loud and clear. It is outrageous. But I can't do anything about it. I can't tell them to shut up. And I already have the. Well, I think I can decrease the gain of the microphone a little bit. Yeah, I think that's better. I don't know. Well, it's not my fault, so you guys will have to suffer. Mm, buy a Flipper Zero, then turn their soundbar off. I don't know what that is. If suggestions, draw an alien, please. Sure, I can draw an alien. I'll do that in a moment. Yeah, sure. Let me just draw this first, or at least try to draw it, because I've been wanting to draw like a pretty girl. No, I haven't been drawing a lot of female bodies because it's hard to draw female bodies. Why? Because it takes you to understand the human body so well that you're able to simplify it and that you don't get carried away with drawing all the muscles and all the details. So it's harder to use those details as a guide guideline or as a reference. So you know you will not have a lot of details like even the collarbone or a lot of the muscles showing up unless you're drawing like a female bodybuilder, you know. female bodybuilder like body type. Oh, guys, I'm already starting to get EP. That's not good. I don't want to fall asleep mid live stream again. I'm gonna look up breast anatomy because I need to know how they attach. Shouldn't be that hard. Yesterday I was practicing digital painting using a hard brush, a subtle airbrush, and good luck. The first few hours were tough. You know, when you're painting and it seems like everything is flat. Yeah, that's usually because you're not adding enough highlights. That's usually because you're not adding enough highlights, so it looks. You don't have enough contrast, so it looks very flat. Maybe an issue. Guys, I don't know how to draw boobs. This is driving me mad. I'm so pissed. Mm, Let me try something. It is it is unfortunate that it took me so long to realize the importance of contrast. When I started painting, thought that the more shadow the better, whereas in real life shadows are much more solid. You gotta you gotta mostly, even regardless of the level of contrast, you always want to be adding highlights. If you don't add highlights, your drawings are usually going to look flatter. Oh my god, I'm starting to get tired as fuck. You don't need to know how to draw boobs, just draw them big and sell it. That's a good strategy. It is way easier for me to draw the boobs when I'm the bobs. For me to draw the bobs and bikinis when I'm. Sorry, I'm saying stupid shit. I'm actually really tired. Gotta draw the rib cage first, and then it's way easier to. Uh, I don't know if I express myself well, but I'm talking about putting a shadow under the boobs. The shadow shouldn't be there. Mm, I don't know. Honestly, it really depends on how strong the light source is. You may even get a nice shadow under there. This should work. Should do the work. I want to watch your videos as I'm practicing since I actually found this channel from the live stream being recommended and it's helping me a lot with my mindset. Ray, that's amazing, brother. The most recent video, I want to post like daily videos like that one recent video. I also liked it very much. It's a shame that it kind of nobody watched the fucking video. I know your channel is about art, but based on your profile, would you mind answering how do you go about overcoming gaming addiction? I would say you would need to I mean, I do talk about gaming addiction because I used to be very addicted to video games, chronically addicted to video games and social media and watching movies. I used to be very addicted to, very likely to get distracted, and just had a very addicted personality in general. The answer to that question is not as simple, unfortunately. It takes a lot of time, but what I was able to do was to get rid of my gaming computer basically. I have a gaming computer. I ended up giving it away to my brother. I told him, "Hey, get rid of this. I don't want this. You can have it." So now I have a somewhat shitty laptop that is, works good enough for live streaming and doing whatever shit I need to do on a daily basis, and it's so far it's been great. But it's not super great for playing video games, so I don't do that as well. I don't do that anymore. You can overcome it with creating other addiction. You gotta, of course, replace the bad habit with something better. In this case, for me, it was drawing. So what I did, I replaced the habit with just making art, creating stuff, and that really seemed to help. So yeah, you gotta have a purpose, something bigger than your addiction in order to beat it. And also, it has to do with a lot of things. Like video games are so addictive because they're a very easy source of dopamine, and we get addicted to these things because we feel like an emptiness. We feel empty inside because we're not working enough towards our goals, and we feel that emptiness. That can be loneliness, lack of fulfillment. So you overcome it by doing healthy stuff and being a healthy person, basically. Oh my god. I think I chose the worst day ever to do a live stream. So much fucking noise. I don't think tomorrow is gonna be any better though. I don't even think anyone's gonna watch me tomorrow. My friend says that addiction is a symptom. You'll always find ways to replace a bad behavior whilst you don't look back at the cause. Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to. That is absolutely true. I also think these addictions are symptoms. So I think um, we say that we want to stop doing this. We want to stop watching social media. We want to stop playing video games because it is a bad habit, right? So we want to stop these things. We focus on stopping these things specifically, but those are symptoms. You don't focus on stopping the symptoms. You focus on like the core in the issue in the first place. And once you identify the issue, which for most people is just loneliness. To be honest, and this is pretty sad, honestly, but for most people, it's just loneliness. Then you can start to actually work on it. The noise isn't so bothersome. Great. Fuck, like I need to figure out a way of like playing background music so you guys don't get super bored. Or I don't know if that's gonna be even like more bothersome for me to play background music, because I know some people just like most people I guess just play the shit in the background, and they uh whilst they're drawing they're watching me draw as well a little bit, so I don't they probably don't want to hear any background music. I don't want this to be like annoying to people. Like it's already a super long live stream, you know. Yeah. No, I'm always listening to music to an unhealthy point sometimes. Oh my god, I'm starting to get sleepy again. I do not want to nap on this live stream. I don't know. I don't want to take any naps. That is just going to be annoying for everyone involved. Come on, guys. It's your job to keep me awake now for the next 6 hours. Ah, fuck. The motivation to draw comes from obscure places. Yesterday, I started painting again because I saw a digital painting of a view inside a car in space with an 18 style, 80s style. So I wanted to copy learn it. Yeah, I mean, uh, I guess by like obscure you mean like not super common places, but some of the drive for creating and replacing using this as an escape is just that out of loneliness or out of dissatisfaction, competitiveness, and we start to this is what a big part of what motivates us, this dark, often dark desires. What's your biggest advice for anatomy and perspective? Learn perspective first and learn anatomy afterwards. Don't try to learn perspective. Sorry, don't bother learning anatomy if you don't know perspective. It's going to be pointless. Any tips for drawing anatomy drawing? Starting to draw anatomy now, and then I thought face is hard. I mean, just the bro. You really gotta just practice perspective first. It doesn't. I can give you all of the tips and the advice in the world about how to draw anatomy, but if you don't know perspective, it's going to be useless. The first and the only requisite in order for you to draw believable anatomy from imagination is to know perspective. You gotta know perspective, otherwise it's going to suck ass. You're not gonna be able to make it. After you know perspective, after you studied perspective for like a year straight, then it's just a matter of memorizing things from anatomy books or from the internet, whatever. Just memorize the world. In this case, memorize the anatomy and start taking mental observations. I'd also suggest learning anatomy and gesture simultaneously. I don't think gestures, doing like gesture drawings, are particularly useful. Personally, this may be a hot take, but I don't think they're useful. Like if you mean this type of gestures when you're like doing this, and it's like doing this type of that they look kind of cartoony and they look goofy. They don't imply any suggest any perspective either. So it's like I personally don't see why you would be doing them. Like drawing very fast lines and everything, and it's like wow. I don't know. It just looks so goofy. I don't know. I don't like it. Can I recommend a video link here? Yeah, I guess you can. I don't know if you can post links here, but yeah, sure. I'm a complete beginner. Is perspective the first thing that I should learn, or is there something else that comes first? Okay, so let me give you an analogy, so you can understand it a little better. I'm gonna give you a video game analogy. Imagine you start playing Call of Duty, and you've never played Call of Duty before. Before doing anything else, you need to learn the controllers, right? You need to learn the movements, you need to learn the mechanics, you need to learn the controllers, how to move across the map, how to shoot people, how to, I don't know, how to run, how to sprint. You need to know all of those basic things. Otherwise, if you try to play the game without knowing those things, you're not going to go anywhere. And you're just going to, I don't know, you're not gonna know what to do. You're not gonna know what to do, and you're just gonna follow your teammates and get killed 100 times. So the first thing that you need to practice is the controllers, which in this case, the controllers and the movement is perspective. It's learning perspective. Perspective is what's going to make things easy, and it would be the equivalent of learning the controllers on a video game. The only thing is that it takes a little bit of time to master perspective and actually feel comfortable with this. It will take you like a year if you practice every day. But yeah, you gotta study perspective. How to draw faces. Um, what personally worked for me when it came to drawing faces was just studying human skulls and SRO heads. But still, you gotta know perspective first, even when it comes to drawing faces, especially when it comes to drawing faces. You gotta know perspective, otherwise, Well, otherwise, not gonna be very useful. Mm, There's a guy with a fucking chainsaw if you can't hear it. Something helping me with drawing boxes for perspective to is to not try and overdo it or overthink it. Like maybe Loki just loosely sketch it out, especially with the body because I was overdoing the pelvis moves. Sorry if I read the comments like a bit of a retard. It's not that I'm dyslexic. It's just because the laptop is just too far away and I don't have my glasses on. Mm, I'll specify again, but may I ask if there's any aesthetic you would like to paint in relation to scenarios, people on the beach, or any other scenario? I mean everything. I would like to draw everything, everything like every scenario that I can ever think of. Like that would be great, and that's the goal. That's the end goal to be able to draw whatever the fuck I want without feeling limited. Starting to get seriously sleepy now. Whoa. How do you have 12 hours to draw every day? You look so built, so you don't go to the gym. I draw for 12 hours and I still go to the gym like afterwards. I still have time for socializing, eating healthy, exercising, going for walks, cooking. Is copying reality slash art the only thing that you need for learning drawing? Once you know perspective, it basically is yes. Because what else are you gonna copy? There's literally nothing else that you can copy. Like everything that comes from your imagination is just a combination of the things that you have seen before in reality. So there's no non-reality that you can come up with. I mean, thanks to one of your videos, I adopted the process of starting the drawing directly from the painting, like sculpting something. I don't know what he's doing, but it has been interesting to learn about it. Right. I mean, it is kind of hard to do that sometimes, but yeah. I mean, I just started doing that because I hated. Oh shit! I started painting like that without any sketching beforehand because I didn't like making sketches. I would always think, bro, I'm here to paint. I don't want to do sketching. I don't want to have to sketch the proportions and everything. I just want to paint. I want to take a little nap. Do you guys give me permission to take a nap? Do you guys give me your blessing? Holy shit, why is the brightness of my tablet keep switching? I don't, bro, I don't need stretches. I just need to fucking. I'm sleep deprived. Time for a sleep stream. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can just take like 20 minutes for taking a quick nap. Sleep deprivation is horrible. Yes, I know. I know it is. I need to start going to bed earlier. I have been going to bed super late and I haven't been able to get enough sleep. So tonight I slept around 4 hours, maybe 4.5 hours. No, like yeah, 4 hours something. Bro, why do you even torture yourself with 12 hours? I need to. I won't reduce it. Like if I'm this is fun to me. I'm not torturing myself. I'm just genuinely tired. Not because of drawing. Like drawing has nothing to do with me being sleep deprived. If I'm feeling tired, it's not because I'm burnt out or anything. It's because I just didn't get enough sleep. That's it. But it has nothing to do with drawing, I promise. No, not at all. I don't find it miserable because of course, I'm not drawing the entirety of those 12 hours. I'm talking to you guys. I'm talking to you and giving some advice. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying every second of it. I don't see myself doing any other thing. I think burnout is only applicable if you are forcing yourself to do the activity. No, you don't understand. My brain is forcing me to do this activity. At this point, I'm basically addicted to this shit, to drawing. It's not my fault. And well, it is my fault because I kind of brainwashed myself uh, through improving my habits. So this is the most fun that I have in my day, which is a very healthy, good thing. I think getting rid of all the stimulation definitely helps to build this endurance. Yeah, it is. It is very enjoyable. I genuinely like it, and I feel like I'm being productive, and I'm also growing the channel. Like everything about this is super fulfilling. It's been 6.5 hours so far out of the 12 hours, so there's still a little bit of live stream left for for us here now. I just don't know what else I can draw. Bro, W streams, by the way. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys a lot for keeping me awake. Otherwise, I would have fallen asleep like 30 minutes ago. Can you be more specific about your routine, if you don't mind? I'm genuinely curious about how you manage your time. Okay, so I wake up at 3 a.m. today. Like, if I'm going to bed super late, I'm waking up at 4 a.m. instead of 3, so I can sleep a little bit more. But the idea is that I wake up at 3 a.m. and right away I start recording. I start the live stream, and then 12 hours later, so at 3 p.m., I am free to do whatever I want. So I go outside, get some sunlight, go to the gym, buy some groceries, buy lunch, and I have time to eat. I have time to go to the gym for a few hours and socialize, and I can go to bed at like 7 or 8 p.m., and that would be enough time for me to do everything, and at the same time sleeping enough for me to not be sleep deprived and not having to nap mid live stream. Yeah, it's no different from like the thought that came to my mind whenever I first thought of doing this was that it was not very different from working, 6 hours a week, from the people who work a full-time job. It's like, you know I'm enjoying this. It's not like I'm working a shitty job or anything. I'm genuinely doing something that, of course, because this is also my job, and I'm also like grinding, and it's paying off. So why not do it? If it's even more fulfilling than any other thing, any other job, even any other stimulating task that I could be doing, like video games or some random shit. It's just very um purposeful in general. But I'm still getting used to the routine. I'm still getting used to my new schedule, because I'm not used to waking up so early. So I'm still, again, just getting used to it. And my goal is to do these live streams daily. Right now, I'm doing them every other day. So I'm trying to progressively make them every day. Oh. Mm. Yeah, I should probably nap for a while, otherwise the drawings that I'll make are going to be terrible. Give up the grind. Thank you. I'm always saying this. I hope you guys also grind alongside me. This is not only for me, but also for you. So I hope to see your names every day here at 3 a.m. Bro, is the David Goggins of drawing? Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Stay hard, boys. Who's gonna draw those boxes and cylinders? I mean, I don't really like comparing myself with David Goggins because the difference is that he's always said that he never wants to, or well, probably not never, but that he doesn't. Wait, I think the live stream died a little bit. David Goggins is always like, man, I don't want to do this shit, but I'm doing it anyways. I'm forcing myself to do this, to being disciplined to run this marathon because I don't want to do it. But I love to be here, bro. I'm so happy to be here recording and drawing today. So I honestly can't relate to David Goggins too much because I'm actually enjoying this. So I think that's the best case scenario, honestly. If you nap, you'll come back to see your page filled with gesture drawings. David is built different. I admire his discipline. Yeah, thankfully I have, like, I surround myself with the type of people who look up to him. It would be very shitty to talk to someone and, oh yeah, man, have you seen David Goggins' new marathon thing, whatever? It's like, who? Who's that? This is actually just a manipulation tactic from my end to develop a community of like-minded people. So I'm actually using every single one of you. What kind of music do you like? I like rock from like the 2000s, from like the 90s. I have been listening a lot to the Foo Fighters. I also listen to some random shitty pop music. It's like my guilty pleasure. This is some sort of brainwashing I support. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing this for my own selfish benefit. What do you want me to tell you? I want to make friends like this. Shitty pop, like I don't know, some whatever, whatever popular music that people listen, like normal people listen to. Like I'm not a fan. I just honestly I prefer rock and like alternative rock from like the 90s. That's what I mostly listen to nowadays. My Spotify Wrapped told me that I have the musical taste of like a 40-year-old. 'White girl pop. Yeah, pretty much. The duality of men. 40 40-year-old dad. Yep. Shit, man. I should, I should take a quick nap now. Should go take a quick nap. I'm mumbling. How did you get into drawing? Do you want to hear the short story or the long story? Oh my god. Yes, I guess I could take a little break from this to tell you how I got into drawing. Nothing particularly remarkable. Or I think you should sleep. Yep, I also think I should sleep. Okay, so I got into drawing. I'm gonna tell you guys the story of how I got into drawing. I When I was around 14, 15 years old, I was watching anime. I was watching this anime called Dragon Maid, that is about lesbian dragons or something. And I really liked this anime. I remember I was in the kitchen and I was watching the this anime in my phone, and I was like, oh, I want to draw this frame, this character. And so I grabbed a napkin and a pen that was on the table, and I tried to draw one of the characters. And I realized, okay, I'm very fucking bad at this. You know, because I was no new to drawing. I would draw very casually every like once a year or something. So that would be like my yearly dose of drawing, and that's what I did. I started to draw, and then I realized, okay, this is not working. This looks really bad. I grabbed a notebook that I had on my desk, and I started drawing there. So it was like a better, higher quality drawing of what I wanted to draw in the first place. So I did it, and I remember I showed it to my friends. I showed it to my Discord friends who I was playing Fortnite with, and I told them, "Hey, look at the drawing that I did." And they absolutely bullied me. They bullied the fuck out of me for some reason, and they were telling me, "Oh, that drawing is shit. That drawing is absolutely horrible. I could do way better." And you know, they were started to fucking get on my nerves a little bit. And so what I did next, I was a little, you know, I was bro. I would have. So I started to refine the drawing a little bit. I started to make it a little bit prettier, so it wasn't like so much of a sketch. So I try to make it prettier, right? So these guys would shut up, but they never did. They kept telling me the drawing was horrible, and they were basically rage baiting. I think I knew they were rage baiting me, but I still took it as a challenge anyway. So I was like, yeah, you know, fuck you. I'm still gonna improve at this. Still going to improve this drawing. And I ended up, you know, just making like 5 layers of line work until I got like a good result. And then, you know, they kept bullying me, of course. They kept bullying me because they were pieces of shit. And they eventually told me, hey, it was a joke, of course. I can do better. I'm shit at drawing, so yeah. And eventually, you know, I liked it so much that I decided to buy a digital tablet. And that's how it all started. Uh, no, they didn't motivate me. I mean, they kind of knew I was messing around. I didn't even. I wasn't serious about drawing at that time. I was just like, hey, look at this casual thing that I did. Look at this very casual drawing and shit that I did. Yeah. It all started because of that anime of big titty lesbian dragons. Who would have who would have told? Who would have ever guessed? And since then, art has been one of the few things that have been consistent in my life. Even when I was a bit of a degenerate and when I had a lot of bad habits, I wouldn't stick to going to the gym. I wouldn't stick to doing this other thing, reading, whatever good habit I try to develop or change in my life I try to make. I Art would be still the only thing that would remain consistent through all that time. That's when you gotta get so good that there's nothing bad to say about your work. Yeah. Anime does make me. I actually started drawing anime even earlier than that. I started drawing anime uh, when I was like 11 years old, or when I was like 10. I was drawing anime girls. I wanted to learn to draw anime girls, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna look up some tutorials, some like step by step tutorials on how to draw anime girls, and that's what I did. I tried it. I actually even got into like a local small art school that they had in like a library next to where I lived. And unfortunately, they didn't really teach me how to draw anime girls. What a shocker, I know. They must be a very crappy art school. How are they not going to teach you how to draw anime girls? So I eventually just quit. I dropped out. How the fuck are you not going to teach me how to draw anime girls? Yeah. Try to a anime girl. Try to draw an anime girl. Do you guys want me to draw an anime girl? I don't know if I can draw like an actual anime girl. No, I can. I can. I'm actually lying to you guys because I can draw anime girls. I have that power. I have been drawing anime girls all along. Actually, I have been lying to you. After I finish these live streams, I the only thing that I do is drawing anime girls. I don't do any other thing. I don't even eat. I don't even go outside. I don't even see sunlight. I just stay in my room and draw anime girls. When I first started drawing, I don't really draw anime. I draw realism. Found realism boring. Mm, yeah. They were teaching me like very boring shit, like the proportions of the face. They were teaching me how to draw the flat proportions, not even perspective. They don't even teach you perspective there. And if they attempt to teach you perspective, they do it in such a shitty way that you don't even end up learning anything. It's the same thing with painting. It's the exact same thing. It's just horrible. Waste of time and money. How old are you, anyways? Nowadays, 20 to 25, I guess. I just turned 19. Taco's figure drawing book is very helpful. I don't know who Tacos is. I'm assuming he's Mexican, right? I'm gonna try to draw an anime girl then. I'll probably going to fail miserably. Let's try it. No, wait. Shit. Yeah, so the anime phase is basically just very, very simplified. The only planes kind of planes that you have is this like the bump of like the eyebrow thing. I don't know what's called. I have the power of GD in anime. No offense with realism, I just find stylized more interesting. I think the same way, but I think, or at least in my opinion, the sweet spot, at least when it comes to painting, is Impressionism. Because Impressionism mixes realism with stylization in the best way possible. It takes the best out of realism and it stylizes it in a way that is so appealing and so impressive, which I really like. I'll take that rather than just full on realism. Yeah, most of my art style comes from Impressionism, basically. At least when it comes to drawing, which I personally really like. god, no, I don't know how to draw anime. Jesus Christ. Maybe like I kind of fucked this up a little bit. Mm, yeah, you need to learn the rules before you can break them. That's true. Again, that's why you will see me drawing realistic anatomy first and then stylize it. All right. Fuck. Draw them bigger. Shit. I swear I struggle so much with the fucking boobs, with like the placement. They never look natural. Art, what about fart? Am I right, fellas? They're water bullet. Bro, it's not that I don't know how to draw them. It's that I don't. I'm struggling with the placement of them. I know I can draw like a perfectly sensical um, male chest because I know the shape, but the way that the fucking boobs come out of the body, it's just so weird because they seem to be like following the form of the rib cage, but I don't know. I'm struggling. It's not that easy, man. Never mind. Forget about it. I'm not drawing anime ever again. Hmm. I already fucked up the proportions on this one. I can dissimulate it a little bit though. Mm. Okay, I'm actually starting to. My art is starting to get worse due to sleep deprivation. Oh my god. Okay, now these two people are dating here. They're online dating on the YouTube chat, I think. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm seriously. I think I'm gonna go to take a quick 20-minute nap or something. I prefer to waste a few minutes. Well, it's not even wasting a few minutes, bro. It's just for the sake of me not the drawings not turning out even worse. This is terrible. This is nefarious. What the fuck is this food, brother? What is this? Oh my god. Fart. You got a Discord? Yes, I've got a Discord. Join my Discord. Perspective so hard without simple shape knowledge. Perspective so hard. I mean, perspective is basically just learning the simple shapes. That's basically all there is to perspective. Mugging while drawing, quite a hard endeavor. Yeah. Do you want to know how I got so shredded? It's because I became a full-time YouTuber and now I don't have any money to buy food. This is why I'm so shredded now. Dude's not just a mugger, he's a drawer. Yes, I am in fact I am a kitchen drawer. Fuck, this is so bad. Ah, oh man. I'm wondering if I should just call it a day and leave this at the 7 hour mark. But I'm not a bitch, I'm not doing that. Don't you worry, guys, I'm not letting you down. My YouTube feed has been on a generational run recommending me good streams of drawing. I mean, I have the YouTube recommendations turned off, so I don't get distracted watching some random bullshit. But I didn't know, like, I mean, I don't know how often YouTube recommends live streams, really. I was surprised because most people who join my live streams are not even my own fucking subscribers, are just some random people. Mm. YouTube has been recommending many streams recently. I just get here when I see the recommendation. I didn't even know you stream. Oh, so you were just subscribed, but you didn't see the like. Doesn't YouTube recommend the live streams? Like I mean, on the notifications, doesn't it just? Oh, that's cool to know. That is amazing. That YouTube is recommending my channel. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. At this rate, I will be able to afford food really soon. I'm sure. Damn it! How did I mess up this torso so badly? Fuck. I'm subscribed a long time ago because of the paintings. Nice, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Which is cool. I love new streams since I'm a Twitch rug. Like, I thought of streaming on Twitch as well, but I don't know. I wanted to stick with YouTube, even though I know it's not the main live streaming platform, but just because I have my audience here and it's the platform that I personally use. I don't really watch Twitch at all. I don't use it at all. Like I never liked using Twitch. But it's not that easy, my dude. First, you gotta do a Mr. Beast challenge. Quick, say Mr. Beast. Mr. Best 1000 in 2 minutes. Mr. Breast. I need to. Bro, I need to get better at drawing titties. Fuck. Let's see, what else can I draw? Uh, they've been growing them in a natural way. Twitch ecosystem is messy as fuck. Stick to YouTube. Yeah, I tried. I'm planning on making like a daily YouTube video, but I'm gonna have to like take the weekends off so I can record them, like actual tutorials on like drawing and everything for the people who want to learn. I record and post daily art tutorials, like very quick. It's just me talking for 20 minutes about art. You know, I know people appreciate them because I do personally. So you know, I don't think it's gonna be super terrible. And I post the sped up live live streams for the people who don't want to watch the live streams because they're too long. So they have a sped up version of them. Try creating guides in the form of shorts. No, I don't want to do that. Or well, never mind. You know, I'll probably do something like that because Jesus, you could stream while you film the videos. Are you crazy? I mean, no, I mean that would be kind of pointless. Or I don't know. Maybe it's not such a terrible idea. Actually, yeah, maybe it's not the worst idea. Maybe it's not a worse idea. You know, I don't like shorts. I don't like consuming shorts, and I don't like making shorts. But I thought of making something similar for Instagram Reels specifically. I wanted to make Instagram Reels, so just trace another artist's artwork. What can go wrong, my dude? Like that is never got anyone in trouble. Yeah, I'll probably do something like that because I already about. I already do a lot of teach a lot of stuff here in the live streams for the people who keep asking things and everything, and that's fine. So I might as well turn that into actual videos. I might as well just take like 20 minutes, and I save some time as well. So it's not gonna be like 12 hours of pure drawing, anyways. But I take like 20 minutes of just me talking, doing like a Canva presentation of me talking about a specific thing about drawing and giving you lessons. So then I can post that on YouTube, and maybe you guys can ask me questions and everything. Yeah. I mean, I also want to like I don't only want to do live streams. I also want to do like educational content for people who want to actually learn. You got a lot of good discussions on your streams. You can make short form videos of 5 minutes. Hmm, maybe. Who knows? My idea was to make like Instagram reels for my Instagram account and talk over the video for like 60 seconds. I'm not very sure about what should I talk. Probably about, because of course 60 seconds is nothing teaching something. You know, I'm not gonna teach you perspective in 60 seconds. I'm not going to teach you how to draw or teach you how to visualize things in 60 seconds. That's why the long video classes are for. That's why I do the long video classes. But I may do like, okay, voiceover of the 60-second clip of me drawing whilst I'm talking about my art journey, for example. Talk about red pill knowledge. Yep, sounds about right. I will try. I will try to, dip my toes into like the Instagram thing because I have no idea how it works. I'm not very patient with Instagram, and I know one day you get 200 views, 200 views, and then eventually, the next day you get 2 million or some shit. So I might as well try because I want to find a way of memorizing, sorry, of reaching more audience that want to be educated. Because I want the type of audience who want to be educated, who want to receive knowledge. I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to, help people out, give advice, and also keep myself and other people accountable. The first 10K followers are the hardest to get to. Yeah, I have been on Instagram for like 2 years, posting seriously, and I have it linked on my YouTube channel, and I still got 500 subscribers, even though I have, like 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's crazy. I'm here to educate L ratio boson here for the brain Italian. The Italian brain rot. Yeah. Skibidi Ohio. Bro, I think deleting Instagram was the best thing that I could have ever done for my mental health. And I fucked it up because I ended up reinstalling it. Because, for the sake of posting content, but in the end, you end up rotting yourself. Like, what the fuck? I just realized that the new Instagram homepage is just fucking reels. You can't just scroll images anymore. Everything is just videos. It has become TikTok now. You don't have fucking pictures anymore. At least that I'm aware of. It's like you go on Instagram and everything is just videos, videos, reels. I don't know if you can deactivate that, turn that off or something. Yeah, avoid consuming Instagram as much as possible, and the main way that I was able to do that was by resetting my algorithm so it's no longer hyper stimulating shit that I like, the type of videos that Instagram knows you like. Now it's like, yeah, now you don't know what I like. Fuck you. I don't want you to screw me over like that, so What model is your drawing device and how much did you pay for it? Being a dream getting one. Uh, this is an iPad ninth generation or something. I don't know. I didn't even pay for it really. My brother gave it to me, so not sure how much it cost. You don't really need anything fancy, really. Something tell me, buddy, that you reason skillish and not everybody was. Bro, what the fuck? I'm already tired. I'm having a stroke trying to read that shit. I feel like a genuine dyslexic person trying to read the comments here, the chat, because the words on the screen are so far away, and I don't have my glasses. I'm fucking blind. It's weird. Like I have my glasses right here, but whenever I don't use them whenever I'm inside because I see worse with them. Shit, I see even worse than without the glasses. But when I go outside, I have to put them on because I don't see shit. Yep. This sucks. I'm tired, but I'm no longer sleepy. Might as well just keep drawing. I'm gonna keep drawing, guys. The grind is crazy. Yes, it is. Well, I think that's it for me. I'll see you guys next year. Streaming. Happy New Year. All right, brother. Thank you for sticking around. I'll see you next year or tomorrow or yeah. I'll probably turn on stream tomorrow as well. I don't have a life. Hello, Sahil. What's up? Screen's lagging. That's weird. I mean, it must be the software thing that I'm using to record the screen here. Oh, yeah, it's lagging a bit. Wait, I'm going to restart it. See if it improves. Okay, it should be better now. It's better. It's a better now. Somebody fucking kill me, please. Okay, let's carry on. Somebody told me to draw an alien and I didn't draw the fucking alien. Should I draw the alien? What's your name? I'm Luis. You can call me Luigi. That's my artistic name, I guess. All right, let's continue. Yeah, but fuck it. I'm gonna draw the alien, or I'm gonna try at least. I mean, I know aliens are like malnourished. They are very skinny. You can see like the. I have no idea. They have a big head, right? Don't they? They have a pencil neck. Hmm. Do they have ears? Oh yeah, they have like the shit, like a snail. If aliens saying this, they will call it stereotype because everyone draws it like that. And how do you know they don't look like that? To be fair, I'm turning this alien into GigaChat. Again, somebody told me to draw an alien, but I think the person left, so they will never get to see it. Never. Make him bully? Bulky? No. No, aliens are not bulky. I need to make him extra skinny and shit. That is impossible. Only I can be bulky. What's up with everyone requesting aliens? No, it was only one person. Although, no, never mind. There was another person who requested me to draw like a Ben 10 alien in one of the previous streams. Skinny chat. Yep. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I can give him big shoulders like this. Big shoulders. Maybe they do have big shoulders. Who knows? Hey, bro, can you explain how to draw head in extreme low angle? You mean in like looking downwards? Uh, I don't know. Like just learn perspective and like I don't want to sound like an asshole, but it's just a matter of learning perspective, and then this stuff just becomes intuitive. And learn the human skull. Do a lot of study the human skull and do like a arrowhead studies. That's basically it. I wonder how this guy would look if I give him very thin arms. If I give this guy small arms but like very big shoulders, how would it look? I'm kind of curious. Uh, oops. All right, guys. I'm going to sleep for a while. I'm going to take a quick nap, just 20 minutes. I promise I'll be back. But I need to take this nap, or I'm going to die. And also, my iPad is about to die anyway, so I need to let it charge a little bit. All right, I'll be back in 20 minutes. Turn off the camera here. Hello, guys. Hopefully, I didn't jump scare anyone. How's everything? What is up, people? Bonjour. What's up, fellas? This fella fell asleep. Fell asleep. What's up? I'm back. I'm gonna share my screen again. Hopefully, you'll let me. Alright, it's not letting me share my screen, and that is concerning. It's not letting me share my screen. That's weird. Shit, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to fix this, guys. Please be patient for the two people who are still here. Like me some orange juice. I'm gonna be honest. I went to take a little nap, and that was the best fucking feeling ever. Rolling into bed like when you're actually tired. So satisfying. Guess I'm gonna have to restart my iPad. There are still a few hours left, so yeah, some time left to make some art. Hang on, guys. I'm still trying to fix this. Jesus Christ, this is embarrassing. This is super unprofessional. I apologize. Okay, for the three people that are still here watching this, I'm gonna end the live stream here. This is the first live stream that's not gonna make it to the 12-hour mark, just because I physically can't. Like, it's not letting me share my screen anymore, and I don't know what to do. So I'm just gonna leave it like this because it's already pretty late, and it's already, we're in holiday, so I might as well. This one may be actually a little bit forgivable. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Thank you everyone for sticking around, I guess. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.